Dzień dobry Państwu. Witamy wszystkich.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome all of you. Please take your seats. Welcome to the Kraków Technology Park. Agnieszka Włodarczyk-Gębik and Mateusz Pałacki. Welcome. We have many excellent guests today with us.
And we're so glad that you have arrived. We were wondering whether perhaps we shouldn't, expand the room a bit. I hope that the conditions we've created for you are comfortable. And may I welcome you. We have some special guests who have arrived. Please let me first welcome the Deputy Marshal of Małopolska Region, Mr. Józef Gawron. Mr. Marshal, we're so glad to have you among us. And the conference would never have happened if not for the Kraków Technology Park, so may I welcome here and now its president, the president of the Kraków Technology Park, Mr. Tadeusz Zaremba. Good morning, Mr. President. We welcome our excellent and magnificent guests. I represent the Kraków Technology Park, but it's also my pleasure to be the coordinator of Smart Circles project. Just yesterday, we inaugurated it officially. It's a project financed from Interreg Central Europe, and it defines multiple ambitious goals for us, for all of us actually. We also want to welcome representatives of the Małopolska Office of the Marshal, of the Hydrogen Group, and all the businesses from Małopolska. Before we pass on to the conference itself, may I welcome very warmly our foreign partners. We have visitors from Austria, Germany, Slovenia, Slovakia, Czechia, Hungary and Italy. And we have representatives of digital innovation, business and research institutions, and I know that many of them connect to us also online. Once again, good morning and a big round of applause. Could we please ask the host of the place where we have gathered, the host of this venue, Mr. Tadeusz Zaremba, President of the Kraków Technology Park. The floor is yours. Good morning. May I welcome all of you once again. It's a heartfelt welcome at the Green Transformation from Vision to Action or Vision into Action conference. May I also welcome in my own name our distinguished guests. May I once again welcome our Marshal of Małopolska Region, Józef Gawron, representative of the Central Europe Interreg, Mariana Dominowicz. May I welcome all our foreign guests, partners of Interreg, members of the Małopolska Regional Group for Development of Hydrogen Technologies, representatives of communes and businesses from Małopolska. I also welcome all our panelists and speakers. And I'm so happy to be hosting you in the Kraków Technology Park. We're again talking about the digital transformation and the green transformation, trailblazing the courses for change. The subjects of the conference today are the closed-circuit economy and hydrogen as an alternative energy source. It's hard to speak today of developing business or developing a strategy for a commune if we don't make a strategic use of our resources. Going that direction, Kraków Technology Park called into cooperation, special cluster, by the way, together with the Composite Technologies cluster. It's a special vehicle for the development of hydrogen projects. May I wish you plentiful inspirations and opportunities to gain knowledge in your institutions, and may I thank you very warmly. Could I now ask the favor of having with us Józef Gawron, the Marshal of our region. Good job, yeah? Okay. distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome everyone who have gathered here in this venue in Kraków Technology Park, all the visitors and locals, to the conference Green Transformation, Vision to Action. I also welcome those who are connecting to us remotely, whom we are with online, both our Polish friends and international partners. Thank you for devoting your time to participate in this event that is so important from the point of view of innovation. I'm glad to have among us members of public administration, research institutes, academia and business. In this way, we can make our cooperation even closer and exchange information, know-how between various groups. Because we know that it makes sense to aim at the goals standing behind green transformation. Green transformation is certainly a subject that's very much valid in Małopolska, the region where we're developing a diagnosis for our closed-circuit economy for the region. The program will define the strategic courses of operation of our region in this area, naturally. It's worthwhile to recall now a conference with workshops that was held last year here in the same building, closed-circuit economy, and again, from theory to practice. It was really the locomotive for the understanding of the message of circular economy. One of the areas that were most important was hydrogen. We already know very well that it's a major alternative for traditional fossil fuels and also one of the most natural and nature-friendly sources of energy, especially when we address so-called green hydrogen, renewable hydrogen. It can help us develop innovative economy and help to develop innovation as part of smart specializations, sustainable energy, chemistry. In Małopolska, we have developed the research and cooperated with partners, also as part of the Śląsk and Małopolska hydrogen initiative, Valley, and Małopolska group for the development of hydrogen technologies. Early this year, we set up the Małopolska Innovative Center for Storage and Transport of Hydrogen. The company is given the task of animating and developing the steps that Polish entrepreneurs take for that purpose. This part of the conference, which is part of the Science Meets Regions project, is really a project that the European Commission uses to reinforce the awareness of clean technologies. The idea this year is to make a network between the academia and the administration at various levels of territorial administration so that the two groups could cooperate and change the reality around them to make it greener, cleaner, and renewable through development of hydrogen-based innovation. The success of green transformation in Małopolska depends on many elements, and these are really communicating vessels. The common denominator in these communicating vessels is access to know-how. Without it, we would never have achieved what we have achieved in the last 12 months. I'm very satisfied that we can continue this project as part of Science Meets Regions project. I wish you a fruitful time, interesting discussions, and concepts and ideas that could be reforged into actions serving the goals that you're going to discuss here, I believe. Thank you very much for your attention and time. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Actually, you've really received a powerful summary of what we're going to discuss, because the first session of this conference will now be devoted to closed-circuit economy. As Agnieszka has mentioned it, it's a part of our Smart Circuit project, whose partners we welcome today to the Kraków Technology Park. The second part, just after lunch, will concern hydrogen, and it's connected to our joint project of Kraków Technology Park and Małopolska region, connected to Science Meets Region scheme. Małopolska provided the perfect example and laid the foundations for the region's first strategy devoted to traditionally understood transformation towards closed-circuit economy. A similar approach, awareness and knowledge are vested in the regions that we have invited to cooperate. We have here representatives of various business environment institutions, notably industry and technology parks. They will share this know-how with us so that at the end of this 3-year-long project, we could present to you our joint strategy of a closed-circuit economy with specific actions already tested in life. Precisely, speaking of the closed-circuit economy, we are in for the first video recording concerning the plan of action. And the action plan will be provided by Rosalind van der Vleis and Peter Droel of the European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor belongs to the European Commission.
Event for a new project called Smart Circuits. And as we all know, we need to move away from our linear economic model that is basically based on take, make and dispose. This is not sustainable.
Indeed. And Rosalinde, what happened on the 28th of July last year?
Yes, Peter, on the 28th of July, it was our Earth Overshoot Day. And that basically meant that already on the 28th of July, we had used all the resources from the planet and that the planet cannot regenerate these resources within the year. This basically means that we need more than one Earth. To be actually precise, we need 1.75 Earth to continue living sustainably.
So clearly we don't have a planet B.
No.
What are we doing about it?
Well, the European Commission in March 2020 has adopted the Circular Economy Action Plan. And this is a very important action plan where the European Commission wants to make sure that as part of the European Green Deal, we foster a circular economy at the European level to make sure that we don't need an additional planet to live.
And what is this action plan containing? Is it also a regulatory action?
So this action plan is covering many initiatives that focus on the entire life cycle of the product. So it starts with the product design to make sure that we design the product sustainably. Then it promotes the circular economy processes. It encourages sustainable consumption, and it also makes sure that we sustainably deal with the waste that is generated to make sure that we can take the resources out of the waste and reintroduce these resources into the European economy as long as possible.
Sounds good and complex, ambitious. Is there also something in for business, or is it only regulation?
Well, of course, the circularity plays an important role in the regulation. For example, we have a battery regulation, and there are specific targets for the collection of waste and also on recycling and recycling efficiency. But of course, circularity also plays a very important role in the work programs of Horizon Europe. And there we have, for instance, topics that are dealing with the circularity of wind turbines, also of zero-emission vehicles. So you can really say that we are covering circularity as a core part, not only of our action plan, legislation, but also on our framework program for research and innovation. But your question, to come back, obviously we are doing this because there is a very clear business case for circularity.
So what is a business case for circularity?
Well, on average, firms spend 40% of their costs on materials. So it makes a lot of sense to make sure that we have closed loop models where basically the materials are reintroduced into the economic cycle. And this would really increase the profitability of the companies. It would reduce dependency on the resources, and also this is very good for the environment. So a very clear business case, I would say. I hope you agree with me, Peter, don't you?
I do, and we need both. Huh? We need to live within the boundaries of the planet and making it commercially attractive and profitable.
Absolutely. And Peter, can you say something more about what the Commission is doing on materials and making sure that we are reducing our dependency on critical raw materials?
Yeah, we're living in a material century. It's all about materials. And the Critical Raw Materials Initiative of the Commission recently launched puts a lot of emphasis on our open strategic autonomy and on materials.
Okay, that's indeed very important, but aren't you focusing too much on the mining and extraction part? Is this really circularity?
Yes, the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is a regulation in itself, puts a lot of focus on circularity. But we start with mining because we need to reduce our dependencies. So this regulation sets very clear targets. We want to use 10% of the materials we extract, we mine from within Europe. We want to have 40% of the materials we recycled in Europe. A huge investment in our processing capacities. So we need to start with being less dependent on getting the materials, extracting, mining, processing, but then comes the circularity part. And this is about advanced, these smart materials, the materials we model, where Europe is very strong and where we, as part of the Critical Raw Materials Initiative, concluded that we need to act together in a coordinated way, and we call it the Coordinated Plan of Action for Advanced Materials, where we count on all member states to come in substantially.
Okay, this sounds extremely exciting, Peter, and also very clear targets that the Commission has been proposing. But what does this have to do with the Smart Circuit project?
Well, it has to do a lot with the Smart Circuit project, because these projects, they are really about regional hubs, and we need these hubs to pave the way for the technology spillover to small and medium-sized enterprises. So for me, it's a prime example of projects we need to deliver on our ambition for circular Europe.
Okay, that's really wonderful. Are there similar projects like the Smart Circuit project?
I hope you would ask that, because there's one project I really think is particularly relevant for everyone in this conference, and it's called Convert to Green. Actually, it's an open innovation testbed, and it offers open access for experimentation for small and medium-sized enterprises to get the machinery, the infrastructure, so access to infrastructure, but also access to business consulting, regulatory consulting, so that a company can bring a courageous, innovative idea to the next stage of developing. So, and it offers really easy access conditions for small and medium-sized enterprises. So that is something which offers an engagement opportunity.
Wow, that's really wonderful. It's really great that we have so many companies and also engaged. I think in order to really achieve the objectives of the Circular Economy Action Plan, we need everybody involved.
Yeah. We spoke a lot about materials in general, but this conference, Rosalinde, is also about hydrogen. Is there any, and you are the hydrogen lady of DG Research and Innovation. Is there anything we need to know about hydrogen?
Absolutely. So as you know, Peter, we are having a partnership with the industry called the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. And from the Commission side, we are investing 1 billion euros into this partnership, which is also matched with the private side contributions also of 1 billion. So in total, we have 2 billion euros that we are investing in research and innovation projects covering the entire hydrogen chain. So starting with production and then also moving to storage, transportation, and then end-use applications of hydrogen. And what we basically decided from the beginning, together with the industry, that for every project that we are launching together in this partnership, we have made circularity and recyclability an integrated part of each project. This is how important, we feel that circularity is. And in order to make sure that we actually do this in a more impactful way, we have established a European Hydrogen Sustainability and Circularity Panel. So this panel will be a group of advisors that will be advising us in this partnership how we can be even more impactful on the circularity part of the work of this partnership. So really mainstreamed completely in the work of this hydrogen partnership.
Truly impressive level of budget commitment and commitment to circularity. So that's big, and I hope it was interesting and insightful for you, and we wish you a very successful
conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jak widzą Państwo, można to zrobić.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can also do it this way. Wish successful proceedings. What spoke to me the most is that we do not have a planet B. We need to realize that. We need to realize that in the context of how we use our resources.
And now I'll be left alone here. That's what they told me just in a moment, because Agnieszka with Bartosz Józefowski will pass on to their presentation. However, before that happens, may I now follow upon something that I really remember very well from the Rosalind's and Peter's presentation. There is one purpose that we have, and I believe that there is one purpose that makes you want to stay with us. We not only want to speak of the closed-circuit economy, but we also want to act by testing certain solutions, learning, drawing conclusions and learning from our mistakes, and also improving the solutions that we are going to implement in our individual regions. Yesterday, as part of our project, we spent several hours of very intensive work discussing what we can do, how to bring together our competences and strengths so that this project brings measurable benefits into our region. We don't only want to create things that have never been tested. We want to prove that certain things, even to a small scale, can make our regions more green. And listening to all of you, Mr. President, Mr. Marshall, I'll try to refer to those, and together with project partners who represent 12 regions, we'll be working together with Burgerland, Zagreb, Southern Moravia, Bavaria, Badenia and Württemberg, of course Małopolska, and we have the pleasure to be the leader of this consortium. Eastern Slovakia, Eastern Slovenia, Hungary, Furia, Venice and Liguria. We really want to develop the framework of cooperation with administration from regional level. We'd like to thank you for your great trust, because we're not doing it for the first time among these partners. In this consortium, we started our work many years ago. Mr. Marshall and Mr. President were kind to mention that. We bring in a huge capital of know-how and experience. I hope that as the Kraków Technology Park and the consortium, we are the ones who have all the reasons to believe in the power of our partnership and experience that you find vested into digital innovation hubs. May I now pass on into the nitty-gritty? Can I also invite the Deputy Director of Kraków Technology Park, the person responsible for the Digital Innovation Hub, that's the DIH, that we've run for 4 years, because we have difficult questions to him. How can we do it well? How can we do it even better? As you see, breaking through a strong female personality does not belong to easy moments. But now we're parting. This is a presentation by Agnieszka and Bartosz. No, it's by Bartosz, really. And we've got Bartosz in the front row. It's about DIHs, or Digital Innovation Hubs, not the ones we know, not the ones that are so very well known, like the Digital Innovation Hubs. We call them GDIH, that's Green Digital Innovation Hubs. And now it's for Agnieszka and Bartosz. Do join us. All right, let me move, and Green Digital Innovation Hubs is the name. Can I now have the following slide with more than just names? This is our power, the power behind us and the capital that we bring in and lie it down before you. Each of these organizations has fully committed, and I'm absolutely aware what these words mean, regions represented by individual regions. Yes, thank you. That can come in handy. Powerful partnerships. I have looked it up. Give me a moment. I've got plenty of fishes here. We have more than 1.5 million businesses in our region. I can't believe we're going to reach all of them. But even if we pass the germ to several, it's a huge success. These companies accompany us in our everyday work. We together study their potential and their potential needs. So what we have in front of us is a powerful force that we have. The number of people in these regions exceeds 23 million. Passing to the key section of this project, how we can use the potential of the existing hubs to promote sustainable approach to the entire production cycle. Well, I have a colleague standing here next to me. I've already been introduced, so I believe I can go on. So Bartku, my questions to you. Tell me, please, what's your view at the interest in green subjects among businesses, especially the readiness to implement green solutions? You are the frontman. You have run for 4 years the Digital Innovation Hub. What is your experience? What is your perspective or your outlook? What should we be aware of starting this process? Agnieszka, thank you for the questions. That was our team, the 2 people who are with us. It's still developing. This is the core of that team, by the way. We have discussed a few things with Agnieszka, and I wanted to add some disturbing moments to this otherwise pleasant meeting. Industrial companies that we work with are not too much interested in ecology, full stop, alas. And there are too many questions that are caused by the prices of energy, and these are questions asked very often. The awareness of the opportunities stemming from changes in consumer behaviors. When we talk about looking for new business models thanks to more environmentally friendly solutions, the awareness here is low, even when it comes to the imminent environmental regulations. The entrepreneurs work in the here and the now. They don't really follow what's going to happen, for which reason this interest is low, and I'd love it to be greater. Good news for those who are gathered here. It means that there's plenty to be done by institutions like ours. Well, you know, in whatever we do, we always try to ask the entrepreneurs about their needs. And that's how we have designed our activities in this project and in other ones. We ask representatives of departments of the offices we work with, of regional and local level. We ask about them, about the instruments that they can propose and how they perceive this state of readiness through implementation of various forms of support as well. What we know is that the task given us is not easy. We know that we share this joint responsibility. Like Mateusz said a moment ago, there's only one planet that we have, so perhaps now I'd pass on to what we want to do in this project. We want to have those learning labs with representatives of the administration to do things at regional but also supra-regional level. We want to work out a roadmap for implementation of CC solutions in the perspective of 2020. And this is not to be a wish list, but those actions that we're going to test involving production facilities, industrial facilities from our region. How about asking you another question? It's one more of those that I've got ready to ask you. I know that the task ain't easy. What do you think DI ages need in this time to become animators of change? Another subject we've discussed. It's very hard to answer this question. I don't like to be used, but I understand that, no, you have a powerful team, you've got ideas, concepts. We are an instrument for digital transformation. We should also become an instrument for environmentally friendly transformation. What do we need? Solid and powerful methods of work. It seems that the partners mentioned here in this slide, speakers in today's conference, have plenty of particular examples of how you can switch your business to gear it towards being green. Now, a challenge for all of us is to work on a scale. For that, in the place of examples, or perhaps besides examples, we also need methods of works, things that could be implemented on a large scale, semi-automatically, really. We may want to turn the hubs to hundreds of businesses in the coming years. If we want to achieve that, we really need reasonable arguments for our entrepreneurs. We clash against the conservatism of business. That's the rationale. Even in digitization, they ask, what for? The brilliant people with the gleam of genius who understand what's happening in the world, who understand new trends, they ask, what for? What's the return on investment? In business, you need to prove that the economy behind it works, that it's sane, reasonable. In ecology, there's often the economy missing. So we can't say that we only do it because there is such a trend. We must show that this is a clear balance of profits and losses. And that's hard to prove for us. This project can become a project that will provide rational argumentation. Perhaps it won't make a quantum leap to go into the books of history, but it will provide sound arguments for the partisans of the opposite methodology. And that's what we find most important. Also, making rational expectations without, okay, thinking in a long-term perspective is necessary, but entrepreneurs need bread and butter. Okay, so I believe that the companies invited to this meeting will tell you why and what for. You'll see the scalability, the measurability of effects. The reasons why we do things will be presented, because we have an ambitious plan to increase the numbers of such plans with measurable indices. We have more than 120 of such plans. We have gone through a profound analysis of the capital that our partners have in their hand. So we know what we're in for. We also know the needs of the DIHs. We believe that you are our powerful ally in digital transformation, in talking to businesses about their needs. We work as a single park, but we are parts of two different teams, and I know about the pains of Bartek's team. The job's not easy. We often need to go for absolutely fundamental issues in our conversations. However, this is a process we started 4 years ago. We can see the effect of the scale. We can see this snowball mounting. It's not like I promised our partners that it's always going to be as cool as it was yesterday. We will have the moments when we'll have to take a step back. However, I believe that we will deliver and that we will be working in close cooperation, giving ourselves some criticism, but also encouragement. So as not to extend this conversation, I'd like to thank you, Bartek, for showing the challenges, what we have to do as partnership to help you work better and at the same time to provide perfect clauses for our strategic documents. Our partners will be the ones who will be defining to you our future solutions. We're available as a partner to all entrepreneurs, as a hub, also to administration, and you can find us at this conference. As you see, Bartek's team is larger, and we will certainly be returning to our hubs. We'll be asking them what to do so that the effect of our work is a specific action and not only a vision to be discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that 45 minutes duration of a lesson in Poland is not a coincidence. It's the time that you can focus your concentration on. So now it's a 10-minute break for a coffee. It's on the other side of this wall. Then Katarzyna Śliwa and Mr. Bogomas of Ergo will tell us about circular design for industry from Ergo Design, something that Bartosz mentioned. Just 10 minutes break. Here you are.
Halo, halo, drodzy Państwo, zapraszamy już po tej przerwie kawowej.
Please join us back after this coffee break. Please take your seats, at least those who've already had their coffee. It has thinned out a little bit, so we will wait for a few of you because I understand that some of you are still in the room next door. You cannot hear me in this other room, so I will ask my colleagues to actually bring you back to the main conference room. My co-host is here. So, what did we announce before the break? Well, we've heard a number of interesting presentations from Peter and Rosalinda and others. We've also heard about how to design. More about how to design, we will hear from Katarzyna Śliwa and Krzysztof Bogomasz from Ergo Design. Their presentation is going to focus on circular design for industry. Please, go ahead.
Dzień dobry, witam.
Good morning. I would like to welcome those who are returning from this other room. Hopefully a few other coffee drinkers will join us here.
Ostatnie osoby siadają.
I can see a few more people taking their seats. We have 20 minutes at our disposal, and Krzysztof and I like to take to discuss things in detail, so we need to begin. Krzysztof Bogomasz. He is the Chief Innovation Officer in our design studio. He's responsible for innovation in our methodology and services. I'm the CEO. In our studio, that is, we represent the creative design industry. We create services, we support entrepreneurs in creating new services that are going to respond to new needs, those of consumers and our environment, ultimately our planet. I believe that we have been introduced quite well, but let me say a few words about Ergo Design, our design studio. Ergo Design has been invited to support Smart Circuit project, and we obviously feel honored, but there is a good reason for that. We were created as a studio in the early 90s. So basically, this year we'll be celebrating our 30th anniversary. We produce, or rather we design products, we deal with industrial design, the oldest such studio in Poland, I believe. We've been witnessing how entrepreneurs grow their brands and services. We've been doing that for 30 years. We do not have time to tell you everything, so just very briefly. Design and products in the 90s. At the time, it was mostly about styling. It's about giving a form to the function that was already there. So it was about aesthetics. Now it is more about a more comprehensive approach. So design is applied at the stage of strategy creation through commercialization and on. Let me tell you that we have seen new challenges. The business has seen them, so have we. And this circular approach and circular economy principles can respond to those challenges. What do we see? We are invited to work with products which are consumer-oriented, strictly speaking. They are mass-produced, sold en masse in hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions. So it is important to remember the aesthetics and improve things, but conventional materials and technologies are applied there. And we are talking about major challenges. So you want a product that is going to appeal to the mass market, so you'd better not get it wrong, because you invest a lot. You need to buy machines, you need to pay for marketing after all. More and more often we are invited to commercialize new technologies. So design or research and development is one thing, but proper research kicks in too. What do we see? These projects quite often make a part of more startup approaches, and then they are quite dynamic. You know, done in sprints, and we are highly motivated to very quickly and soon come up with an MVP. The medical industry approaches us quite often, industry, specialized solutions of various types too, and electrification, electric mobility in our economy. These are things that our clients approach us about. This new technology needs to be translated into new products that will end up in the hands of end users, consumers. It's been decades that we have worked on that, and basically we have felt this burden. Namely, we've been trying to design things that will be long-lasting, especially when they are going to be released in millions. You know, so we don't know what happens after we've designed products. And there is this iconic product designed in the early 90s. It is this electric kettle. A conventional kettle to heat, to boil water for tea. That is how it was designed in the 90s. By the way, it has been restylized a number of times. We know how many pieces were sold. We know how many have sold over 30 years. Over roughly 2 million pieces have been sold in the market. Well, what comforts us is that it is very long-lasting. It has, you know, served a number of people for 10 years or more. And you may recognize it, you might have seen it, they are quite popular. So we have estimated the number of pieces, and also we have calculated the amount of materials that were used for manufacturing. It was quite striking for us. Close to 2,000 tons, over half, of plastics of various types. And we see it in, you know, in various places. Sometimes you can find it online. A few are considered an icon of Polish 1990s design. You know, the lucky few. Most ends up in waste. And there was this exhibition on circular design that we had last year. It's something that we've been working on for a few years, on this reflection, and we have started to revamp our own approach, trying to be more circular. Eco-design is the key word. Now, design for circularity is a special type of design. You apply special methodology, you apply special tools. And we have been developing these tools for our needs and for the needs of our clients. We've been doing it for years now. Now, Poland, this region, is a great place to implement this approach. Why so? There is a lot of industry. There are many designers. Sorry, apologies. I meant manufacturers, but you know, we have many designers too. And you can form great partnerships. You have various supply chains, and you can make them work within a country or within a region. And SMEs play quite an important role there. So the circular economy can be quite beneficial. This is a report that confirms it. This is a global report. There are estimates there how many resources are basically recirculated, close to 9% globally. But there was also a report for Poland last year. Poland, how do we do? Well below average. So let's talk about the amount of resources, raw materials they do. It is around 10%. Well, we're trying to improve. We could do better. I'm sorry to say, but this year's report, this indicator for the global economy has dropped. Well, we didn't do very badly. I have presented one side of the coin, but let me tell you about the benefits of the circular approach. This is something that entrepreneurs should remember. We are creative as a nation. We don't like waste. So we can use this circular approach to multiply the benefits of the projects that we run. So the circular economy, we're talking about environmental factors, but not only. It's about business efficiency too. It's about keeping the ownership of materials. Let us not give away all these kettles, electric kettles. We can multiply business benefits out of whatever we release by means of circular business models. Krzysztof will tell you more about it later, about all these different approaches. But you need to respond to the legal landscape, and there was a fly in the ointment there because business people don't know what's coming. After all, they are dealing with a huge variety of factors and variables in their business activities, and that means that it's difficult for them to find space in their heads, the heads of their teams, to think about absolutely everything with great detail. Circular economy is quite demanding, so us, designers, are supposed to deliver ready solutions. Now the question is, how? Right. At this conference, we have this circular economy-oriented panel, so I don't need to explain from scratch what circular economy is, but very briefly. The old approach is linear. You take something, you use it, and you dump it. Here, it's different. Take, use it, and reuse it. Reusing things is of key importance. It is a part of a closed loop. You reuse things, you have this value that is circulating. What is this value, you could ask? What is it that we want to keep? And how do we want to retain it? Products, they do circulate. There are various services that could be controlled by us, or the consumers, the market could control too. Now, design. You can design components so that they keep circulating, that they are at our service. You know, spare parts is one part of it. You can rebuild products, you can take it apart and reassemble them to make new products. And now the crux of the matter, resources and raw materials. 14%, we heard in this video, the 14% of the costs of the organization is embedded here. Now Katarzyna mentioned that we can see it, you know, in waste heaps, sometimes in museums, so it's a lost value. When you design for circular economy, we keep that at the, you know, not at the back of our heads, but at the center of our attention. We design products so that they can be reused, reassembled. we've tapped into our experience and we've come up with 3 pillars. Pillars that we used to look at. The first one is where is impact, the second one, what is the challenge, the third one, what is the solution. Where is the impact? That's the first question we need to ask. Imagine you've got a product, it's in the market, it's a familiar solution. You look at categories in which this product does the most harm in its life cycle. Is it the production or the materials or packaging or transportation, application, or the end of its life cycle? It might be a new solution. We might not have the right category. You use benchmarks then, better to understand what the source of the problem is. An example, smartphones. You've got materials and manufacturing process are the most harmful. Well, so is the usage. So here we need to concentrate in these areas because they harm the most. A fridge is another example.
Zużywania energii.
Well, a fridge makes the most negative impact from using energy. So in the briefest of a brief, sometimes it's better to exchange a fridge and have a fridge of a newer generation. The question is, what happens to the one of the older generation? How to design the successive generations of fridges so that they optimize energy consumption, so that we wouldn't have to use all the materials from square one. So that's where we start measuring our impact. We start from legislation, knowledge in hand, and we go on, knowing more or less where we should do our search. In the case of extant products, we analyze them, we try to look whether they can be deassembled and then reassembled, because if it's hard to deassemble and reassemble, then 100,000 products will give you a certain scale of a challenge and the rationale for, let's say, repairing that product. So we watch it at the level of the product, of the processes, of storage. We talk to sales, to servicing, to the R&D divisions to find challenges, to pinpoint them. Sometimes the solutions are absolutely banal. We can recommend that we will use screws, generally available screws rather than glue. So screws that a user can remove, of course, if this doesn't in any way endanger the user. And then some recommendations we provide on some components, which components can be used by the whole family of products and which should pass on to the following generations. Sometimes the challenge is known at the level of an actual screw. And we build a map of challenges which gives us some of those hot points from the acquisition of materials, acquisition, use, modernization, repairs, to the final returns. Returns, and we can see it in global reports that these are the returns that are a problem because consumers don't feel motivated to return them. So even if the organization has a great business model and they want products to be returned, if the services component won't join the bandwagon, this circuit will never close. Okay, going further, with specific items already known, we start looking for solutions. We can work using our 6R strategy. We reconsider the product. Do we need it? Can we replace it with a service? Rethink our business model, going on, refusing certain parts, throwing them away, throwing away certain parts of the process of production, reducing, recovery. Recovery is also connected to extending the life cycle, to repairs, and finally we arrive at recycling. I will return to recycling, certainly. And Katarzyna has already showed to you the Zelme concept project of this electric kettle, we thought what this process could look like, what alternatives we could have, what if there were no electric kettles, if they were integrated with something else. These are really brainstorm fantasies. And yet there comes the moment when we begin to bring it down to this more market level, and we consider what it would look like. These are very quick concept sketches. What would it look if it were designed to be repaired so that a user could easily repair it, exchange some parts? Or a long-lasting one, something that would live for generations, that would perhaps be something that would be hard to say goodbye to it. It will have sentimental value for us. How to develop it, perhaps include some homogeneous materials to make it easier for further processing. Well, whichever way this should go, let me tell you, this is another place where we could introduce this circular thinking. That's a concept for our long-term client. Here, our design makes use of materials from recycling, and we want the material, the whole, to be recyclable. What we focus on is that we only use part of the potential. It's only a single cycle. This product is used only once, the length of its operation aside, and it's back into processing. This value is very briefly used by the user. The producer has no business here, other than selling it, of course. Another example is a manipulator. It was designed with easy repairs from the start in mind. Here we included pokayoke, or pokayoke, that is eliminating potential errors in assembly, disassembly, and use, so that to reduce the number of failures. We also consider including the maximum number of functions into that, so that we have fewer objects at home. And we also extend the life cycle by making it easy to assemble and disassemble. As a user, we can easily exchange it. Thanks to it, it's valuable for a user for a longer time. If it's broken, you can extend the life cycle further. Let's go on. That's where we cooperate with GreenCell. Watching the whole product offer, we analyze products from various angles and make various recommendations for repairs, refurbishment, taking it into another circle, also remanufacturing, using certain components for the development of successive versions and generations. Then, thanks to remarketing and things that the organization includes in its orbit, we may use this value in many use circles and circles of product life, and that value is then retained in the organization. That's a model example of not really a product, but a pool of materials and raws. There's a 14% of the costs incurred that lets us make money repeatedly on various products. And in circular economy, we speak of the bank of materials of raws. That's the capital, and we keep circulating that capital. Thank you very much, Krzysztof, for briefing us on designing strategies, obviously circular design strategies. In this program, we will be invited to set up masterclasses for an e-learning platform, and we're now considering which perspective to choose, where to start for such a course, and we encourage you to vote. Here comes this opinion poll. It's on our LinkedIn. We have three ideas. First is the new aesthetics, starting from scratch, from the scratch of a scratch of what design can contribute for the users for making the new offer. That's the color, material, finish, and using those we can do a lot. Just using materials, we don't need new production processes. Alternative circular materials are an absolutely entirely new user experience, culture of consumptions following it. Very interesting questions for businesses that would like to leave the fast trend, not only fashion but also fast. Fascinating also when we talk about social innovation, examining trends. A short comment on the previous slide. We showed you a Fiskars scissors. That's a new line. It also shows that that's a fact now. Fiskars finds it ever more and more difficult to keep the orange they want. Just for that reason, the loss they have entering those cycles makes the orange more and more different. So this is the renew line of Fiskars, which shows that their aesthetics will evolve, the consumer perspective will also evolve. It's going to be more of a patchwork, multi-material aesthetics, and that's something we will be getting used to. Not the most beautiful products gleaming and glistening, but we will have this powerful trend here. Yes, it comes from material innovation, designing for disappearing, using the materials that won't let us be repeatable. When we take goods off the shelf, each of them will be different. Good or not, I don't know. Now consumers don't want even a fingerprint. We'll see how it's going to work. There are brands that already have the capital position and marketing tools to experiment in this way. We can spy on that. We can also propose solutions that we've already tested and that opt for evolution in the place of revolution. But the new subject is the new circular user experience. Here we come out of the product realm. Krzysztof mentioned it, discussing new business models, that we absolutely need services. Also self-service, activation of the recipient consumer that's connected to alternative distribution models where the effect is more important than the artifact. We want to achieve something with a product rather than own it. We're not going into too much detail because I believe we'll have to be finishing. Okay, from the point of view of user experience and the new business models, we see that this is already present in certain producers. In telephones, we can see we can choose as consumers whether we want a very expensive product that's new or previously enjoyed or refurbished or remanufactured. And you can see it from caterpillars, the great bulldozers, to various products. And this is going to change consumer perspective. They will have a spectrum of choice. Repair or do what? This is also an important question for managing markets. There are those first, second, and third circulation markets, but also consumer segments are there. A mobile phone is a great example. I could easily be a second circulation one, but there are those categories where I won't. Management of those segments, that's a new breakdown of the entire market with entirely new criteria, where it does make sense to take care of the young generations. The last proposal, you can also add yours. These are design strategies. It's not so that now every product that you have can be fit into those business models, into these business processes. We need to design them. A city bike for, well, quick, short, intensive cycles and easy servicing. And if you want to be the owner of that bike, that's going to be something else. Yes, that's going to be yours emotionally, and you're going to pay absolutely different money for that. That's connected to those 6 designing strategies for the 5 circular business models. Very interesting question and issue that entails plentiful innovation. Visit our LinkedIn. You can find that opinion poll there. You can also add your areas of interest because, as we have mentioned, this is such a vast area with so infinite inspirations for innovation options that to a great extent depend on the businesses, on the sectors they operate in. For us, that would be more than helpful to measure and to test which of these proposals will answer the interests of the potentially largest groups. So join the LinkedIn of Ergo Design Hub. Here's the link. We will be inspired with your comments, certainly, and your votes. So I believe that it's time to say thank you. Krzysztof and Katarzyna, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't escape, because this is also the moment when we can ask questions. A question, because as you see, the presentation focus on the practical options of using those in products and services. Do you have any questions to Katarzyna and Krzysztof at this point in time? I can see one hand up at least. There's the mic there at the back of the room. Could you please? I like this self-repairing brewer for the tea, or electric kettle, yeah? And the manipulator, that's how you called it, haven't you? The problem that I have is that the missing part is simply unavailable. The drum was missing from my tumble dryer, everything was fine, but it was missing. I give it to a man who had one like that, and he said, I'll make 2 of 1. But generally, I find it a problem that even in IKEA, I found it impossible to buy slats for a children's bed. Well, they didn't hold the mattress, so that was absolutely useless. That's the problem I have. It's rather a voice in discussion than a question. Perhaps a question whether the things that you design also mean that something should be done with it. There's only one shop like that in Aleje in Kraków. They have spares to nearly everything. I'll answer with a short anecdote. A year ago, my vacuum cleaner broke. Actually, the on-off button. I quickly called the call center. I ordered a spare. I opened the carton, and there was you throw it away and have another one. We then include the strategies that allow assembly, disassembly, so such a disintegration of that product. It doesn't have to be a spare Lego brick. What you don't exchange is just a corpus. The parts that break, like the on-off switch, they are exchangeable. Now, legislation, the right to repair, it can be helpful. It will force the producers to keep certain stocks so that a consumer had a fairly decent thing. Well, we believe that it works in Poland since the start of this year, last year. Well, time's running fast. We probably in this interim time, in our hub, we have a Kraków-based company that does this technical service for large brands. And now with these large household items, the law concerns them. And we also, among our clients, have large household equipment producers. That's a hot subject for them. I believe, unfortunately, it's a question of years, but not many years, when this approach will be more popular, because there will be ecosystems built. We can't do everything as part of one company. It's got to be a partnership circulation. Not every producer is ready for such service contract. Just product management is difficult. Now, repairs, services, that's also a new challenge, and we meet it. Well, unification of the components, that's also a major change. I believe that they approach them through design. That's something that our partners are doing, but I believe it'll take time. We're waiting for that day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kata. One more question, sorry. I read an article, I believe, a year ago. One of the EU commissioners, I believe, said that there will be the repairs centers recreated so as not to throw them away. It could be cool to do it. That would be fantastic for the elderly. It's for people who have a lot of skills and want to do things concerning machines, electronics. That would be good because this would use their potential. They should be perhaps financially supported and promoted. Repair and don't throw away. Another thing is that plenty of young people, very creative, who make things. It could be good to reward those people who make beautiful things from the big things thrown out. They know how to assign a new form to old things. Often it's abstract and modern, so it's the producer's business to have quick turnover and saleability because no one's investing in eternal things. And there is potential in the things that could serve us long. But you really noticed here two powerful circular trends. One of them is the gap exploiters. So companies will be developed, and there are businesses that are already now developing, and they're filling in those gaps between the producer and the recipient. And repairs are a fantastic subject. We got used to those solutions like leasing of IT. That's more or less that service. Repairing broken glass in smartphones, perhaps. This is going to return, and yes, that's very precious knowledge. Repairs, well, the older generation has this knowledge in their hands, and it could be good if that knowledge flowed to the younger generations. Closing, just one more thing to wrap up your first contribution. For this to make sense, working with Greencell, and they're present in various markets, all this must happen close to the consumer. Availability and accessibility of repairs if the consumer doesn't want to repair things themselves. I'm sorry, I cannot interpret people who don't use the microphone. The interpreters cannot hear. The interpreters can't hear people who are not using a microphone. I'm sorry, I forgot there is interpretation. It's the same case for certain good practices to return. For various reasons, they cease to be attractive, but this shows us what's happening to the planet, that we simply need to return to certain things and say, sorry, you were the right choices. It's not the question of somebody giving just money, and yeah, it is money and attention rather, and then the local communities will enforce it, will enforce the development of those. Yes, I fully agree, but if the producers don't produce so that there is documentation and options for repairing, then nobody's repairing that. Now, most products now are irreparable. Producers must also find it part of their business to use on to gain on that circulation. If not, they're not doing it. I wanted to ask, in the context of what you said, you as a company, what's your impact on the producers to enforce eco-design? We can't say that perhaps one day things will be, laundrettes will be repaired. Well, I was brought up when everything was repairable. If we don't return to that, and we believe this is a super good practice, we lost. We will lose, or we already lost at the moment. I know that the EU is working on everything being repairable, but presenting designs to us of really cool things. Yes, producers at the moment are not interested. They want us to buy and throw away, but green transformations already rolling on. You as a company, can you influence it somehow? Because they'll say, okay, make it eco, but don't make it lasting. It takes a month to produce a smartphone, and you work for 2 years to make it die before the end of the first year. Well, when we were starting our transformation, we discussed circularity with clients. Now we don't use this word. It's a no-no word when you talk to clients. We, of course, exaggerate, but we tell them how to smuggle those benefits, educate about future legislation. Very often we say it's still innovation today and it's going to be a need or necessity soon. So we now very often working with R&D so that products that are going to hit the market in 4 or 5 years will be ready for that reality. It's not so that we'll be able to start it tomorrow. Starting that transformation of ours, we were thinking about those holistic, profound changes. That's not the best choice for all. You need to go project-wise in teams that won't be suffocating, creating projects that teach on the one hand, and on the one hand, they have a certain culture and we become agents of change. We no longer say that something is circular. No, it's circular ready, it's to a degree circular, because the system is not ready, the system is not there.
So, there is this circuit, and we are making bits and pieces thereof, and hopefully it's going to be connected. TU Delft is a university. They have been developing a powerful circularity methodology. So when it comes to complete circularity, the global economy may reach it possibly in 100 years. What we need is to suffuse certain material banks with our resources. Maybe it's going to make it. But we need preparation so that sooner or later the circuit is complete. This let me rephrase that. Craft is one of the solutions, and consumers will have to be a part of it. Repair shops will pop up, and people will have to be encouraged to go there. We need to make this fashionable. We need to sell it as something that is beneficial. It needs to be sold as something that's good for clients. Thank you very much. I know that there have been more questions, but please ask them over coffee. Thank you once again. Katarzyna Śliwa, Krzysztof Bogomas from Ergo Design. Thank you. What's ahead? I believe we're going to hear from our guest online. I hope we are ready for it. Circular value chains, success stories, conclusions for the future. Johannes Fresner, PhD, is with us. Sir, would you please take the floor?
I assume you can see my presentation on the screen. Maybe you can give me a sign whether everything is fine with the presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. My contribution will revolve around circular services all along the value chains, with a major focus on production, actually. And I would share with you success stories, contributions towards real circular production patterns, lessons learned. My name is Johannes Fresner. I'm representing an Austrian consultancy by the name of Stenum. I'll try to be brief. You are invited already now to ask questions then after the presentations. A little bit illustrating our background. We are almost the same age, like we have heard in the previous presentation. We were actually founded in 1992. Our focus is resource efficiency and cleaner production. What does that mean? It means basically analyzing material flows and energy flows in industrial companies of all sizes, of all sectors, with the focus of identifying opportunities to reduce waste, to reduce excess consumption of energy, to reduce water consumption, to manage chemicals carefully. So you could summarize this in a nutshell. We are applying the preventive approach to reduce environmental impact of production systems, which is good for the environment, because less waste, less energy consumption, less wastewater means less impact on the environment. And at the same time, we reduce cost, because less materials in production means less material cost, less energy, especially in these times now, has a significant impact on reduction of operating cost. So actually what we have heard in the introduction today, that protecting the environment must become attractive to businesses, is at the core of our activities. You could say we try to identify eco-profitable opportunities, measures which reduce environmental impact and make business sense at the same time. In a nutshell, more details can be given if you like to. We have turned this into a methodology which is called eco-profit, a telling name to make visible what we are working at. We are doing this on a regional level. Here in our hometown, we are doing it, of course, all over Austria, southern Germany, Switzerland, and we are working also for international organizations like United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, the Environmental Program of the United Nations, World Bank, German international corporations, just to name a few. Recent work in this context includes contributions to a Swiss program to reduce resource intensity of Swiss industries, a roadmap for the implementation of sustainable development goals in the garment and footwear industry of Albania, and regional programs to make local industries more circular and decarbonize them. And the images you see in this slide a little bit stand for our working method. So we look with a critical perspective into industrial processes. We collect data to characterize material flows, energy flows, and we come up with concepts for improvement on the company level, but we will also see in a minute along the supply chain and also looking for what Katarzyna has characterized for symbiotic industrial cooperations to value waste of one company as a potential raw material of another one, or to look for cooperations to share equipment, to support another industry in refurbishing, in maintaining their equipment, or in providing services. I will show a few examples in a minute. This is our starting point. Christoph has made the point. Our overall goal is to do with the linear economic model we are currently using and turn it, if possible, 100% circular. The conventional, the classical linear approach is that we extract resources from the environment, we process them in production into products, which are then sold, which are used by our clients, and at the end of their useful life, they are disposed of. Circular economy, and I'm using here this beautiful butterfly model, which was invented or which was compiled by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, is to stop this linear flow of materials and to close cycles wherever possible by extending the useful life of products, by maintaining them, by reusing, refurbishing them, or recycling the materials contained in the products, depending on the actual situation, depending on the system. And on the left-hand side, you see the biogenic cycles, which means basically that wherever possible, we should do with mineral resources and replace them by renewable ones. So the vision, the ultimate goal is to stop extracting resources from the planet, non-renewable resources from the planet, and stop landfilling the materials which we have turned into products by identifying opportunities to close cycles, as many cycles as possible. And this slide is here just for illustration. We are not going through the details. To close cycles on the levels which I've indicated, 10 strategies, 10 R's were established, starting from refuse, maybe stopping using some products at all, reducing, meaning this is now the core of what we are proposing, increasing efficiency, reducing inefficiencies, including decarbonization of our energy system, and then all the way reusing, repairing, refurbishing, remanufacturing, and when things have come to the end of their useful lives, recycling materials or recovering the energy contained in the products. Let me show you a few examples of what this means in our work. First example is a pencil manufacturer here in my hometown, producing a colorful variety of pencils for kids, but also for artists. They, of course, as everybody want to go circular. So how to start with? I'm connecting to what Christopher said. In the first, as a first step, we need an inventory. We need to understand where are the shortfalls today and where are the starting points to develop circular solutions. In our case, we did this with a carbon footprint calculation. So calculating the carbon dioxide equivalent of the production site, but also of all the material used, and then the use phase with the clients of the company. And in this case, the main gaps and the main opportunities at the same time surface to be the origin of the wood, the use of wood waste when cutting, planing, polishing the pencils, and the selection of pigments. Because I think it's perfectly clear to all of us that to produce this colorful variety of pencils, you need to know something about chemistry, and everything is involved that we do not like from a perspective of toxicological properties. So why is use of regional wood the first starting point? Over the last decades, cost had to be cut. So it proved not economical anymore to source regional wood here from the region, to cut it here in Austria and to further process it. All this was moved down the supply chain to China. So actually this wood for this pencil has traveled almost 20,000 kilometers before it's processed in this company. Of course, now applying the concept of a circular economy, regionally, using regional resources, minimizing carbon emissions from transport, we need an alternative. We need regional wood, and we have to re-establish the supply chain, which has gone lost over the last 50 years. And we are in the process of doing so. Wood waste is can be an important source of energy when we use it in the boiler. It's not so straightforward because we have a time shift in between generation of wood waste and when we need the heat actually in the process. So we have to improve the management of the wood shavings so that we can use them as fuel. This is in progress, and imagine this will save the company 100,000 cubic meters of natural gas a year. Now, with today's prices, this is a fortune. In Austria, at the moment, this is almost 30,000 euros the company will be saving by better managing the wood waste. And regarding pigments, I'm making a long story short. The people of the company, together with us, have become experts in selecting pigments. And the technical director of the company now works also consulting IKEA in what is possible in this regard and what is not. So by collecting knowledge in this respect, they have established themselves as a quality supplier in a very competitive market. This is another example which basically goes along the very similar lines. Google company is a print shop. Of course, in principle, paper can be recycled. Problem is the inks. So to guarantee 100% recycling of the product of these companies, they had to look into the inks they were using very carefully, and getting rid of everything that entails any hazards to health. They have succeeded in doing so, which gives them in the market. Now, looking into production, to give you an idea of the potential which we still have in the 21st century to improve industrial productions, let's look into a regional brewery here, which is actually part of Heineken now because everything has been bought out in the last years. They are not a small one. They produce a million hectoliters of beer a year. And I'm convinced that it's very good beer. Walter can share his experience with you. Over the years, they have worked minutiously on reducing water consumption, energy consumption. You see the numbers here. Just for the experts amongst you, they are consuming now less than 3 hectoliters of water per hectoliter of beer, which puts them in the top marks in international benchmarks. Heat input has been reduced over the last 12 years by almost 40%, electricity as well, by a lot of measures. Let's summarize this slide. Like saying so, they identified over 10 years more than 100 measures in production to improve water efficiency, energy efficiency. Now, what does this mean in terms of environmental aspects? This means every year about 700,000 cubic meters less natural gas. And now let's translate this into economic value. This program, which they are continuously running, repeating year by year, has saved them a fortune, apart from significantly improving the local environment. Now, to make long story short, we have had now the material side a little bit, the production side. What about the business model side? And this is a field we are working in recently for some sports gear companies, as well as for providers of buildings for industrial use, for example. I selected here 2 examples which are very, very telling, actually. This company, you probably know, Rosenbauer, which produces fire engines and exports them all around the globe, actually makes a third of their business not out of producing new vehicles, but on refurbishing used vehicles. And what is the benefit of refurbishing a fire engine? The cost of like new professionally refurbished vehicles is about half the cost of a new one. And if you talk to the fire brigades, like the one here, the local ones, they will see as a main benefit that as basically they are using the same equipment in a refurbished status, they don't have additional training costs. for the firefighters because they can continue operating the same engine basically. And for the fire brigade, of course, warranty is reviewed. If there are any upgrades possible, new pumps, better ladders, whatever, these can be built in the old engine. Overall, according to their statistics, they reuse more than 80% of the components of the existing vehicles. And now we can do the math, what this means for the environment, reducing the number of new parts to just 10 or 15%. Imagine this in personal cars. These are just some pictures showing us what they can do, how they can refurbish, repair, fix, upgrade existing equipment, which is becoming more and more a standard in business equipment, not so much in the private sector, unfortunately. And just as a last story, these forklifts by Jungheinrich, you probably know. You probably don't know that this company makes a third of their turnover not of producing new forklifts anymore, but by refurbishing old ones, trade-ins, and putting them in a like new state and selling them again on the market. They have developed a professional process where they check the incoming used machines, disassemble them, clean them, check which of the components just need some polishing, which ones need to be changed, like the tires, chains, bearings, hoses. I think it's clear these are the parts which suffer most of the wear and which after 8, 10, 12 years of useful life have to be changed. And then some surface treatment is done because the refurbished forklifts, of course, have to look like new ones. And after a final check, they are delivered to clients. An interesting model, which is more and more used here with companies who do a lot of cleaning, for example, or in disinfection or sterilization, like food companies, meat processing companies, is chemical leasing, where companies do not buy chemicals anymore and do the cleanings themselves, but where they externalize cleaning as a service to professional companies like Henkel. We have examples here in meat processing plants where this was done for specific cleaning operations, where 15-20% of chemicals could be saved, and the monetary value of the savings is divided between the client and between the contractor. So I was asked to provide some recommendations out of these case studies, out of these examples, how to optimize production towards circular economy, how to decarbonize the system at the same time, because decarbonization is the big buzzword in also a circular economy. First step, and I think we are pretty much in line with the previous presentation, is to get the big picture. What is the system your product is used in? Do a life cycle analysis, express it maybe as a carbon footprint, involve the clients, involve other stakeholders to get a good picture of all the environmental aspects along the life cycle analysis. You will need this to in a meaningful way, set the focus then for further activities. From a materials perspective, for the future, think about using right materials, which means biogenic materials where this applies, recycled materials to replace virgin ones, and most important thing, eliminate everything with known toxic properties. This is not only good for your product, for your production, but this is a prerequisite for future recycling. Any pigments which are toxic are prohibitive if you consider recycling in the future. Likewise, flame retardants, brominated substances, whatever, eliminate toxic materials. On the production level, speaking about production, there's still a lot to do to develop production systems towards zero waste, towards zero carbon. And then talking now more in terms of circular business models, think about developing a service infrastructure, including repairing things. Right to repair was one aspect of what we will see in the future. In B2B, this is becoming a standard practice. This might be a field where you need to partner up with others who can support you in these. Explore business models like sharing, leasing. This chemical leasing has a big potential. And where, to our experience, the story becomes a little bit challenging is talking about bringing products back in order to be able to remanufacture, refurbishing, recycling them by establishing a reverse logistics system. We're working on this now for a company producing snowboards, also for other consumer companies. This is where really the challenge is to provide reverse logistics at reasonable costs. Looking forward to your remarks and suggestions. Walter is together with you in the conference hall. He will be glad to support me now in discussion and with potential next steps. Thank you very much for your attention. These are my contact details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to, chciałabym bardzo thank Johannes for your time and sharing the inspiration and recommendations and great examples. And chciałabym tylko wskazać
All I want is to present now our expert. Walter is here with us. He's here behind us. He's waving to you. Turn your head back and you'll see Walter, or Walter, whom Johannes mentioned. Thank you very much. We are badly pressed for time, which is why we're moving to the next presentation. Well, we, or the producers, are trying to shorten those chains, and our Next speaker has come here from the Czech Republic. That's not far at all. Katerina Matyskova of Intermark will now deliver her presentation, and Katerina, you're very cordially invited for your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Was asked to share some experience of our company Intermark Solutions, and because we are running out of time, I'll try to run through and show you a little bit what we do and how we are helpful with in relation to the environment and the efficiency. Just to let you know that we reside in the South Moravian region, which is close to Austria, and as you see this slide, Austria seems to be very green, and this is true. When you travel from here to Austria, you just see these windmills, and there are many, many of them. Sometimes you think how the countryside looks like, because that's also something we are trying to take in mind when it comes to building all these big structures, but it does help ecology, and we do see that there are many, many more of these windmills also at the coasts. Yeah, you can see large chains of these windmills in the coast areas of Europe. So our company is located in the brownfield, which we are kind of proud of, because sometimes companies are built in green areas, and that's not the best. So we are located in industrial complex, and we have quite short history. We're not as matured as the previous company that we just have seen their presentation. So we were founded in 2013, and we are the daughter company of South Moravian Innovation Center, which is, I would say, ambassador of innovations in our entire country. South Moravian Innovation Center was founded 2003, so they celebrate 20th anniversary this year. We have one representative of this institution among us, so you will be able to experience his knowledge in the next session. And what we do in Intermark is mainly to support the growth of industrial companies and teach them how to apply green approach, and try to foster their technological advancement and competitiveness in order to be competitive, because the companies, they want to be more green, but they also need to be competitive in national as well as international environment. So we try to specialize in advanced manufacturing systems, and we try to help our companies to implement technology and look at the Industry 4.0 concept, so that the processes of manufacturing is more efficient and lean, basically. We do concentrate on two target groups. That's manufacturing firms, technological companies. They are our partners because they have quite a large amount of knowledge. And in the next slide, you will see we are rather a small company. So we can't have all the experts of the world, but we do try to cooperate with these technological partners so that they bring their knowledge and their expertise and their scout knowledge to our company. And then we can serve the others with that. So we focus on awareness raising. Sustainability is a lot about awareness raising. It starts with schools, with parents' approach, not only when we are adults and we learn from legislations. So we need to all be aware of the fact that awareness is on us also. So we provide consultancy, development of new solutions, R&D. I'll talk about it in another slide. Sorry, in another one. This is just to say that we are only 20 people. We are growing though. And we have some grants projects. We are very proud of being now a part of Smart Circuits project, because that is going to enlarge our knowledge. And what we need from the European Union especially, we are quite a new company, and our services are rather new. And we are trying to develop energy management currently, which we focus on, but we need knowledge and inspiration. So if we would always be looking forward to a project where you acquire a lot of knowledge and expertise, so it's very important. Our two main areas are consulting and testbed. Consulting is what I will just in a minute will talk about more, and testbed is our facility that you have seen in the picture. We try to encourage our companies to come and test before they invest, because this is the way they can kind of focus on the effective way of production, and this is what we are proud of, that we can offer that in our institution. We also cover trainings such as seminars, webinars. We now established new Academy of Digital Transformation, which will start in May. And we have also possibility to share our spaces and labs. So we not only keep it for ourselves, but our technological partners can use it. Educational institutions. Recently there was a competition of secondary schools. And it was very nice event to see how young people are being inspired for great results already at that age. And we are trying to create community, and this is one of our events which we are proud of. We organize Intermag Inspiration Day, so that we showcase the technologies that are currently to be seen and available. And we are happy for these European digital innovation hubs that are now more encouraged to see each other's infrastructure. So we have also KTP, this Krakow Technological Part as partner, and memorandum is signed. So we are trying to learn more from your region, from your area. So now I'm coming to the topic of today, circular economy. The goal is to raise awareness. I was already talking about it, that SMEs are willing to take the green way, but you need to kind of be explaining why and how. Yeah, because it's not only about separation of the waste and some kind of residual issues, but you need to show them what are the possibilities. So now we are quite still new with our service that we provide in our consultancy, which is energy management. And we are trying to see and look at energy consumption, focusing now on PV systems, which for those who don't know what PV systems is, photovoltaic system. But not only photovoltaics is what we are trying to do the alignment about. What is important? There was done a survey recently, and there were some responses. Sorry, I'll come back. There were about 450 companies involved in this kind of survey, and many of them actually replied that they would like to kind of do the sustainable approach. However, if you look at these numbers, 83% is quite a good number, I would say. 17% still missing to 100. But as I say, there would be needed another deeper survey of saying, what do you do with the sustainability? How do you do it? How do you approach it? Not only if you or your company is concerned with the sustainability. So we will need to do another step. This survey was done by several in cooperation with several organizations, and South Moravian Innovation Center was involved in it, so we can guarantee this survey. And this is a higher number of companies. They out of those 450, this 250 saying that it is even more important for them. So these large companies also have more money, and they also are aware of the fact that this is important. What we do in Intermag is that apart from marketing and awareness raising how much important it is to focus on energy topics and circular economy, we have established ErgoScan program up to certain hours, I would say 10 to 15 nowadays, general analysis of potential saving opportunities. And through our DigiMat advisory program, we focus on energy topics. You see circular topics as well, but that is something we are not covering yet. We would like to develop it, but currently we are focusing on energy topics. And the circularity was great because Mrs. Katarina and Krzysztof, they were showing us how you can approach circularity. for sure. Now I have four very short examples. First example is SME, which is SME which produces drugstore products, and they came to us and they said that they have several buildings and they could probably put the PV system, the photovoltaics on the buildings, but they didn't know how much and where and what would be the most suitable way. So there were done many models. Modeling, we take the consumption of energy in summer and winter, because it changes, of course, and then we analyzed about 6 scenarios, and it's you have to look at many things. If it should be on the roof, on the sides, we are trying not to cover the land, the soil. That's one of our key issues, and so with what the company was asked, what will be my return if I invest in this? So with the EU funds, it was found out that through that the return is already after 4 years. If it was not for EU funding, it would be 8 years. So this is the first example. Second one, it's a research institution. They came to us, and apart from PV systems, we looked at water consumption, electricity consumption, natural gas consumption, compressed air, etc. And we developed the management intelligence system, how to operate with that so that you don't consume and overconsume. And the cuts can be quite enormous when you have this, when you apply this system. So this is something that every company probably should nowadays go for. I suggest, because it can reduce their costs a lot, and environment, of course. So next one. This is a company which was a bit peculiar. They came, they were so enthusiastic that they would like to go through this ergo scan that we provide and go for the efficient production and the energy cost savings and cuts. But what they found out that their mother company is not going to support them much, not financially, not even with any other aspects, and moreover, where they had where they were in their premises, that owner of the building didn't want to deal with this, because you need to do some measures, and the measures were to go for the leader of the owner. So this company turned to us, and they asked us what could be the help. And we said, okay, we are going to find you new spaces. So we also provide this, so that the company now is moved to a different space. They pay less rent, so they even have surplus of money now, and that they can invest into this kind of program that we are going to provide for them, the power, electricity, and whatever costs that are. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong number. And the last example is the company which is growing, and they were trying to find out what to do with the surpluses of their energy savings. They had more energy, and when you have out of these PV panels in summer, you can be totally sustainable. Here you can see the months. Yeah, usually the companies that we do this modeling, they come for this fourth model that they are sustainable, like from this Czech months, from February till October, and this company is growing, and they have like 60 employees, and they said, oh, we don't want to put the energy back to the system, because the system pays us so little money. And we looked at the possibilities, and we found out that what is possible is to go for buying bigger vans, not only electric cars that they already had, but to go for vans, because the van up to one ton, this kind of size of 1 ton, can be very easily be recharged with the battery, so you store it into the static kind of battery, and you don't put it back to the system. So we calculated how many cars they can obtain and purchase, so that they don't have to use the electricity or they don't return it for no money for them. So this is roughly what I would like to, I'm sorry, what I would like to sum up, that the ecosystem that we are in is important to build step by step, small steps by steps. And I'm sure that if you are interested in any other aspects of energy management system, or if you know about any possibilities all over Europe where we can learn more, please come to me. And I'm so much happy to transfer to my colleagues. We have 2 colleagues in Intermag who are dealing with this management system, and we would love to get inspiration. So here are my contacts. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the next session.
Bardzo dziękujemy pani Katerynie. Kateryna, thank you so much. Rapid presentation, well done. Drodzy Państwo, a teraz przed nami...
And now, the last presentation in this part, it's a recorded message. Professor Adriana Kowalczyk will be our guest.
Thank you for visiting my presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adriana Kowalczyk, and my scientific field is macromolecular chemistry, especially the synthesis, modification, and application of biopolymers and biocomposites. I have prepared a video presentation for you because I couldn't attend this kickoff conference personally. You know how it is. Sometimes we must adapt to an unexpected situation. However, I would like to tell that I'm very happy because I'm going to become a mother soon. On the other side, I have to admit that for me traveling is very difficult, and even speaking longer time is not so easy. Now I would like to introduce you the university where I am working, the Brno University of Technology. It is located in the Czech Republic, in the area of South Moravia, in Brno. Brno is the second largest city in the Czech Republic, and the tradition of our university goes to 1899, when it was established after Emperor Franz Joseph I signed a decree. The Brno University of Technology has 8 faculties and 3 university institutes, and it is one of the largest universities in the Czech Republic. In the QS World University Rankings, we received place between 701 and 750. Nearly 20,000 students are studying engineering, natural science, economy, and arts. I am working at the faculty. Let's move to the content of my today's presentation. I will talk about the basic meaning of the circular economy. Then I will point to the European Union's Circular Economy Action Plan. Next, I will share a few facts about plastics and the circularity of plastics. I think that you have already heard some information about bioplastics. The question is if bioplastics can be the alternative to regular plastics. Furthermore, I will give you some examples of circular economy schemes that were incorporated in Czech companies. And at the end, I will conclude the given information. Recently, we can hear a lot of information about circular economy. Why? One reason is that we are facing with many questions, such as what about raw materials? Will be enough of them after 10, 50 or 100 years? Moreover, what about the products after they have been used? Will they accumulate, and where? Do we have enough space? Is the accumulation of waste environmental friendly? And if not, how to deal with it? Let's look briefly at two models of economies: linear economy and circular economy. What are the advantages and disadvantages of these two models? When we choose linear economy, the traditional way how we are doing, this is produce, sell, consume, and throw away products after their utilization. It is how linear economy works. However, we know that many products end up unnecessarily in landfills. Against this way, we have the new one, circular economy model. This model gives us the possibility to recover the existing products and reuse raw materials, and so extend their life cycle while we can minimize waste. However, both models have advantages and disadvantages. What will be better for our society? Europe has already chosen the way of the circular economy. Most of us want to live in a beautiful and healthy environment, for example, like in this picture. Am I right? However, what is becoming a reality in our lives more and more? Many beautiful landscapes are becoming rubbish dumps. It is also true that the planet's resources are limited and the linear economy cannot work forever. Therefore, we are starting to look for other ways of using raw materials that would be more efficient and innovative. Let's go back to the definition of the circular economy. In short, the circular economy is the system in which we try to make all resources circular in the economy in the highest quality for the most extended time. It is a way of using resources that is based on common sense, which means using all resources as long as possible and also as efficiently as possible, with zero waste production. But beware, it is not only about plastics, different plastics products, for example, packaging, but it is also about textiles, food, water, nutrients, electronics and ICT, batteries and vehicles, construction and buildings. And what is the objective? We would like to have less waste, more value, and toxic-free environment. We know that the European Commission adopted a new circular economy action plan in March 2020. It is one of the main building blocks of the European Green Deal. That is the Europe's new agenda for sustainable growth of Europe. And this plan should be directed towards to the cleaner and more competitive Europe. Let's move to the historical development of plastics. Our ancestors used polymers like wood, skins, fibers, composites like straw, brick, paper, later on glues, rubber. What does it mean plastic? Plastic meant pliable and easily shaped material. Till this time, all these materials were actually biopolymers and biocomposites. From approximately 1907, there were used the first synthetic polymers. The first was bakelite, later on nylon, polyethylene, polycaprolactone, polystyrene, polypropylene, and so on. From the Second World War, the production and utilization of polymers and composites increased in an enormous way. The majority of plastics are made from fossil fuels. Is it a problem? We know that the advantages of plastics include lightweight, durability, low production costs, and low energy consumption compared to glass, for example. So, should we stop the production and utilization of plastics? Please, let's have a look on this chart. We can see the segments of industrial production where plastics are used the most. Definitely, packaging has the first place. According to statistics, the global plastic production increased to almost 391 million tons in 2001. In Europe, it was about 17 million tons. I have said that plastics have many advantages. So why are plastics problematic? Let's start with this graph. Since 1950s, plastic production increased into 359 million tons per year. Cumulatively, it is about 8,300 million tons. Where is the problem? The problem is that we don't know where ended 6,300 million tons of plastic waste. And as you can remember, the majority of the plastics were produced based on fossil materials. And these plastics are usually not biodegradable. And therefore they can definitely damage the ecosystem. Alarming is that by 2050, it is calculated that there will be more plastics in the oceans than fish. And this is something what we don't want. Because we don't want that our planet will be full of the plastic waste. Recently, we have been trying to recycle plastics more intensively. Interestingly, it was found that plastic waste recycling may increase 13 times when the waste is collected separately. And this is great because 1 ton of recycled plastics may save 5 barrels of oil. And this is the equivalent of 1.6 tons of CO2. Is it not fantastic? There is no doubt about the benefits of recycling. However, the recycling does not solve all plastic waste. The question is what to do with plastics that cannot be recycled. And it brings us to the circular economy that we believe it should be the way to go. When we have a look on this information, we can be happy that we are continuing with recycling in good way. However, 65% of plastic waste was not yet recycled. So what we should do with the plastic waste that is not recyclable? The circularity of the plastics is one of our priority. The question is if bioplastics can be an alternative to the common fossil-based plastics. Bioplastics have many advantages. The two major advantages are that they save fossil resources by using biomass, which regenerates every year, and provides the unique potential of carbon neutrality. Next, the biodegradability. Biodegradability is property of certain types of bioplastics. When we have a look on this chart, then we can see that bioplastics can be mechanically recycled or reused like the other kind of products, or from them can be produced, for example, biogas, or they can be organically recycled. So we can receive the new renewable resources or new building blocks. However, the recovery way of bioplastics waste depends on the type of products, on the chemical structure of the polymer, and also on the recovery systems that are available. Please have a look on this chart. I would like to clarify the three main groups of bioplastics. The first group covers bio-based and biodegradable polymers, for example, polylactide or polyhydroxyalkanoids. The second group contains polymers that were derived from petrochemicals and that are biodegradable, for example, polycaprolactone. And the last group are polymers that are bio-based but that are not biodegradable. For example, bio-polyethylene terephthalate. This is something what we have to think about. Not all bioplastics are biodegradable. The second thing is the high price of bioplastics compared to the common plastics. However, according to one questionnaire in Czech Republic, a lot of people are willing to pay extra money for the product that is environmental friendly. But you know how it is. It depends on the many other things. The other problem is that on the plastic market, there is not enough space for bioplastics. There is only 4.25% volume of bioplastics of the whole plastics market. Let me introduce some companies in Czech Republic that are using bioplastics. One of them is Sonendor, that is a Czech-Austrian company, that is selling bio tea, bio spices, and bio coffee. This company is using packaging that is produced from banana fibers and starch, and the boxes are produced from 100% cellulose. The next company that I would like to introduce is Navigate Corporation, that is used high-dal technology. And I would like to tell that this technology has origin or roots in the group of my colleagues, Professor Ivana Marova and Professor Stanislav Obrucha, that started with the idea to use waste oil for the production of polyhydroxy alkanoids. These polyhydroxyalkanoids are bacterial bioplastics, bacterial polyesters that have similar mechanical properties like polyolefins, but they are produced inside the bacteria like inclusions. You can see these white circles inside the bacteria, and the utilization of polyhydroxyalkanoids find out in the biocosmetic that is selling by Navigate, but also in the products for the medicine and, for example, a separation technique. The last company that I would like to introduce you is Ekopa. Ekopa is producing packaging from bioplastics for tea or different healthy snacks. And what I find interesting is that after eating the snacks, you don't throw away the packaging. On the contrary, you use it for the creating new toys. Before I end, let me conclude the main ideas. Today, most plastics are still produced from fossil-based feedstock, and they are accumulated in the environment. That is alarming. When we separate the plastic waste, the recycling rate increases 13 times compared to the non-separated waste. But we should think about it that only 10% plastics from the whole waste are recyclable. We are using and producing also bioplastics that have own place in the circular economy, but they cannot, for some reasons, replace all plastics. The aim of the circular economy plan is to use valuable resources wise. It means we should think about the waste, how to use the waste. For this, it is necessary to involve progressive thinking, also good legislation and policy, and we have to involve the interest of companies and consumer society. Thank you for your kind attention.
We are aware that we are slightly delayed, we'd like to say sorry, at the same time congratulating the completion of the first 3 courses in CIA, that's Circular Innovation Academy. Now we know the business part and case studies and recommendations. We'll be sharing that with you. And now I would like to invite Monika Machowska, who will chair a panel which will teach us the perspective of regions in the closed circuit economy and the steps taken. Thank you very much. My name is Monika Machowska. I work for Kraków Technology Park, and I am the head of the Department for Development.
My name is Monika Machowska. I'm the head of Business Support and Development Unit at Kraków Technology Park. And we still have a discussion in front of us, the discussion on the regional cooperation towards greener Europe. So I would like to invite on the stage my panelists. Please join me, Jerzy Kopeć, the Director of Corporate Governance and Economy Department of the Marshal Office of Małopolska Region. Zapraszam serdecznie. Yes, together with us, I would also like to invite on the stage Miroslav London, startup consultant and sustainability advisor from South Moravian Innovation Center. Hello, Miroslav. Yes. Please join us also Martin Dan, project manager from Pannon Business Network from Hungary. Welcome. And virtually with us, Klaus Oberreiter, he's head of Policy and Strategy Department, Business Upper Austria. Hello, Klaus. Nice to see you.
Hello. Hello.
Please excuse the delay, but we were so in the discussion. Okay, so we have talked and we have heard many interesting conversations regarding there's no planet B. We have to talk about decarbonization. We have to think of the green transformation. We have to be more sustainable. So my first question would go to first to Jerzy Kopeć and then to Klaus. And the question is, are the regions fit for green? What has been done so far in your regions? So, Jerzy, please, the microphone is yours.
Okay, hello. As regards green transformation in Małopolska region, we have a wide range of the examples which show us the importance of activities green transportation, including this kind of activities such as financing intensive, different political initiatives, development of technologies, for example, networking, cooperation, support of the innovation. In nutshell, yeah. But to be much more precise, yeah. Of course, it is possible to show, to enumerate the programs or projects in operation in Małopolska region. The good example is Małopolska air cleaning plan, Greenivo, Małopolska free of plastics, and Małopolska rainwater. Of course, we have examples of the establishment of the institution. I mean, lately established Małopolska Center of the Advanced Technology of Composite Technology for Storage and Transport Hydrogen, but also establishment of the Małopolska and Silesia Hydrogen Valley. It's a long story, of course. It is possible to describe each of these project, but just to say something about the Małopolska Air Clean Plan. This is a project which is aimed at the reducing of the pollution, of course, or to achieve, let's say, permissible level of the pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide, PM 110, PM 2.5, and others. And in this field, we try to undertake the different activities just to introduce the goals of this plan. As regards, for example, Małopolska water rain, this project, this program is aimed at the sustainable use of the water, generally speaking. And in the practice, we achieve this goal by encourage to installation of the, let's say, rainwater harvesting system. It sounds very complicated, but the essence of this goal is just to storage water, to gather it for later use, let's say, or flushing toilets, for example, for a watering plant, or just for a cleaning. Yeah, so I think quite a good example. As regards project Małopolska Free of Plastics, this is a project which is aimed at let's say promotion of the proper and good way of the consuming of the plastic, yes, or looking for alternative solutions for a single use of plastics, yes. These are good, I think, examples. Of course, it is possible to talk a lot of about our new established company, but generally speaking, the main goal of this company is just to prepare infrastructure, labs for testing of the different composite materials, which in the future will be used for transporting and storage of hydrogen. Just in the nutshell, yes.
Okay, thank you. Klaus, what about Upper Austria? From what we know about your region, it is a quite industrialized region. So what has been done so far?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And first of all, thank you for the invitation, being at least online your guest. And congratulations to the very interesting presentations and discussions so far. So is Upper Austria fit for green? I'm not sure if we are 100% fit, but we are prepared, and we have done quite a lot. And Upper Austria, by history, is, I would say, we have a very long tradition on strategic economy and research programs in the region. And when we established our current strategic framework, which is called Upper Vision 2030, we are really, I would say, concentrating on these, I would say, green topics, and at least we have, with this new, I would say, activity field, we have addressed three major topics in our area. This is one thing, this intersectoral energy optimization. That means we call it sector coupling and so on, but this is of very much important of us, connecting those industries and using the different kind of energies, if it's heating, if it's electric power, etc., etc. Second topic we address is the raw material productivity. I think this is a very, very important topic, being more efficient, being more also using, and it was already said in one of the presentations before, the critical raw materials. So we are running out of critical raw materials. So the efficient use of raw materials is of very high importance. And third, of course, and here we have quite a long tradition with mechatronics, with ICT and so on, is the topic of efficient production processes. And these three, I would say, areas or headlines are of high importance, and we fix this in our strategic program. And so we really want to concentrate and focus on these topics.
Thank you very much. Let's switch to some examples that might inspire us. Let's hear some interesting stories from the regions. Martin, you have told me that you are representing a business support organization and you are supporting the municipality of Szombathely in some interesting activities. Tell us more about it.
Yes, Monica. Yeah. Yes, Monica, thank you very much. Yes, as you anticipated and as you mentioned, we have very good relationship with the municipality of our city, which is called Szombathely, rather difficult to pronounce for foreigners. Anyway, our municipality representatives were elected 4 years ago in 2019, and since then a lot of strategic documents have been prepared, have been adopted, such as, for example, the SECAP Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan, SAMP Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. These are, most of the time, these are the prerequisites and requirements for the city to apply for different fundings in connection with green topics. And apart from these strategies, PBN was highly involved in the preparation of, for example, the Szombathely 2030 strategy, which is similar to the Business Upper Austria strategy. It was launched, or it was approved by the city 2 years ago, and it was a common cooperation with industrial players, with the political players, and the main aim of this strategy is to contribute to the standard of living to improve to the standard of living in connection with health, in connection with industry, and of course in mobility. And these documents are not only in line with each other, but they are only in line with the big European documents which was presented before Green Deal, the circular economy strategy. And besides, one of the newest strategy which I would like to highlight is the hydrogen strategy, which we prepared. I mean, PBN prepared for the city in the end of last year. It might be an ambitious strategy considering the current situation of the national hydrogen situation in Hungary. But, for example, we are proposing measures to install a hydrogen refueling station in our city, or install or deploy hydrogen or fuel cell vehicles in the upcoming 10 years. So they might sound ambitious, but yeah, this is our overarching goal. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Martin. Miroslav, you are also working in a business support organization, which is the South Moravian Innovation Center, and you are a sustainability advisor. So we are hearing about stories and inspirations. What is in fact the job of a sustainability advisor?
Can you hear me? Yeah? Great. Okay. Well, it's part of my job to be a sustainability advisor. At the main focus of my position is just to work with any startup, and the sustainability is some topic that we are trying to implement into the services more and more. The companies sometimes they come with some purpose, sustainable purpose in mind already, It happens more and more often, but still we think that there is a big gap between what they are facing and what they are dealing with on their everyday basis, and what we think would be beneficial for them long term. So my role is partly education and some awareness raising, and then when companies come, then we try to help them with some specific steps that they can take. For example, I can provide an example of an IT company. We have a lot of IT companies, and circular economy is not only for the manufacturing companies that we've been talking about here for today, but I think there are also some opportunities for those that don't have physical products, but they often don't see that. And we have a client which provides logistic software for effective logistics, and they were looking at it and selling it as a money-saving tool, money-saving software. But when we looked at it together a little bit from a closer perspective, what they told us from their statistics that every third truck that you have on the road doesn't need to be there. It's such ineffective. This field still runs mostly on pen and paper and some maybe Excel files. And when they implement their solution, it doesn't just save money, but also saves pollution. It saves carbon footprint. And when we had some consultations about this, they started to implement that in their communication, which helped with sales, which helped with preparation for the future legislation. But their main issue at the moment was that they didn't have enough developers. They were just short-staffed, and by addressing this, that we are actually helping to make the world a better place. It helped them quite a lot to attract new employees, because it was not just about software development, but it was also about lowering the traffic congestion and implementing some green solution.
So you are selling sustainability as a business opportunity. That's nice.
Exactly, yeah.
Klaus, you have told me, because some inspirations might be not only companies, but also some financial schemes or instruments. You have a very interesting examples of some regional calls in Upper Austria. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, thank you. I think what we try to do with these calls or with this kind of funding scheme is really to foster some specific topics out of our strategy. Yeah, and what we learned is the more and more you are precise out of the strategy. For example, with road mapping on sustainable plastic solutions, for example, we have done this once. We also try to set up, I would say, projects. And how do we do this is we do this now since years with very good experience on this, so we call it regional calls. And in that respect, we want to foster cooperation within our region on a certain topic. Yeah, so this is just regional money. Yeah. And we have done this. So last year we started with a regional call specifically on circular economy. We have now, next week, there will be another one open for new energy technologies. And the goal is completely clear, that we really try, especially the SMEs in our region, so that they start to cooperate in a certain topic together with our regional RTOs like Profactor. Yeah, so you know Profactor already, and I think Christian Bögerer is also in place in the room. so you can ask him during the break in detail on that. So he's very familiar on that. So in fact, this is really a success story, because we see on one hand we have the advantage that we bring companies and RTOs together, and on the other hand, our location agency, or especially me, we know afterwards really who are the players who are really active in these topics, and this is of high importance for us.
You also told me a very nice example of some interdisciplinary approach to education, which incorporates also some sustainability topics. Can you?
Yes, of course. So yeah, so this is also one result out of the topics for. So we last year we started a very nice project which is called Sustainable Plastic Solutions, and in that respect we really made a roadmap on that, and this was the first time. This was the first time when really the whole value chain, from the virgin material producers like Borealis, where they produce the polypropylene, the virgin polypropylene, down to the recycle companies, but also the technical schools, etc., were involved. And so from that respect, out of that, we try now to start some training together with our clusters and so on. And we involve really from the educational institutions to the industry. We really try to set up a topic on the whole value chain. And we always think that it's very much important for the region. If you address a certain topic, you have to think immediately that you need, finally at the end, the people who need then in the companies, etc., etc. So if you, I just take the example we were discussing, was we are quite strong in our area on composite technologies. Yeah. So, and for us it was clear, after a certain period, you need the engineers, you need the technicians on that topic. So we always get in discussion with our, example, University of Applied Sciences, but also with our technical schools in the region, to start up training programs on that, to start up a new curricula on that, because one thing is clear, on the long-lasting, you need, I would say, the trained and skilled people, and that's quite important. You cannot just put a topic in a region, but you do not think on who is doing at the end of the day the work. Yeah?
Thank you very much. My colleagues show me we have 5 minutes. So my last question to all of you is, what are the plans for the future, either for the region or from the perspective of your organization? What are the plans to achieve the goals towards greener Europe? Jerzy.
I will start. Thank you. Okay, so in Małopolska region, I can say that we have a very ambitious plan. So I already said about our company, but I would like to say something about the method of the achievement of this goal. I think that we should to develop a cooperation between the science, between the industry, between the local governments, yeah, and this method is implemented in our Małopolska Hydrogen Working Group, and I can say that we get quite a good results of this cooperation, and we hope that in the future this cooperation would be very fruitful. For example, in the aspect of the preparing, for example, a special kind of a consortium, just to prepare application for different sources of funds. In this way, it is much easier to find the solution for the different problems, exactly in this kind of group of the people. So this is one way of finding of solution for the future. But when we are talking about the green transformation, I hope that in a couple of years in Małopolska, it will be possible to get the concrete results. Yeah, I hope that we got the results in the field of the certification of the composite materials. It will be possible to get the good result in the sustainable transportation system, for example, not only in the city but also on the origin, and it will be possible to develop cooperation with the industry, different branch of the industry in the field of the hydrogen. So, in a nutshell, this is my remarks. Thanks.
Miroslav, yes, please do.
I'll try to be brief, even though there is so many steps ahead of us, so many exciting things. Our main mission is to support innovative, globally successful companies to help change the future for the better. And the one thing what we do is we do an annual conference that is focused on sustainability as a business opportunity. It's a big international conference called Velvet Innovation in September. So if you're interested, come to Brno and join us. Another one is that we cooperate with all the local universities, and we also provide some education to the students. We help them entrepreneurial skills, and also we try to motivate them to found new companies, new businesses that are focusing on global issues. And then we individually support the early stage companies where we help them to create the right pathway, right strategies, and be sustainable, and also help with the global issues. And last but not least, we support all the already running and successful SMEs in our regions to take some steps towards resource efficiency, towards energy efficiency, and circular economy.
Thank you. What about Western Hungary?
Regarding Western Hungary, I would like to start with the city-level goals. It would be great if the measures which I have mentioned before can be implemented, at least not in a full level, but at least just from a step by step. In order to do that, on the one hand, we will invite. We are involved in several projects in different programs, so we will invite the municipal representatives to join us to take part in study visits, to take part in webinars, conferences, to experience and to see the lessons learned. This might be one aspect, and the other aspect is to look for funding schemes, because these measures need money. So we will look for appropriate funding schemes to implement these measures. And regarding the view or the goal of Pondom Business Network, we can highlight, or maybe we can highlight, the digital twin solution, which has become our one of the biggest focus. For example, simulate some things in the city before implementation, of course with the close cooperation with the city. And in order to do that, we will have to expand our knowledge and also invite the stakeholders to get to know what it is, how it works, and hopefully it will be carried out at least on a pilot level, digital twinning solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last voice goes to Upper Austria, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you very much. So for us, I would say cooperation is the key success factor, as well as on the regional, also on the interregional side. and not just cooperation, it's really interdisciplinary cooperation. And this is something where we look very carefully on it, or even in the future. Also bringing new partners in, for example, design for circularity was already in the morning quite often mentioned. So we would try to bring in new partners like our regional university for art and design, who are doing quite a lot on industrial design and things like that. But currently, at the moment, we are also working very intensively on a hydrogen roadmap together with all our location partners, also involving the industry chamber of commerce, the universities, etc. And we will hope that we will finish this in the next weeks. So these are, I would say, the two most important topics we are looking at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for listening. Thank you to my panelists, my guests. I would say that we finish with some key messages, and those are sustainability as a business opportunity for the future, digital twin opportunities, and also hydrogen roadmaps that have been mentioned here many times. They are a very good transition towards the next part of our conference. Thank you, everyone, and I think it's really time to go for lunch. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy, dokładnie tak.
Thank you very much. Spot on. Yes, it's time for lunch. Let's meet here again at 1:50. We've got 20 odd minutes for lunch. So the moderator asked us to meet back here at 10 minutes to 2. because energy is what we're going to discuss. Hydrogen energy, to be exact. We will wait for you for a moment. I can see that you are headed to the room. So, I asked myself a question. Why hydrogen is important as a fuel? It's good to ask such a question. Why should we discuss it? I've reached a number of conclusions. Let me please share them with you. Firstly, hydrogen is a low emissions fuel. It's environmentally friendly. It is multifunctional. It can power cars and ships and even aircraft. It is renewable because it can store energy from wind or solar. Also, it is efficient. What do I mean by that? We will use less hydrogen than traditional fuels per mile. And an admission. Everything you've heard is a bit of a lie. It wasn't me. It was ChatGPT that came up with it. I put a question to it, I prompted it, and that is what the chat generated. It's not ChatGPT that we're going to discuss here. You can hear a lot about it on Nauka to Lubię. Science is what I like. Tomasz Rożek is the face of this channel. Tomasz, over to you. You said the face of a channel. Twarz kanału. There is this advertising agency that reached out to me and they asked me whether I would like to be the face of tights. A kind of attire. So I thought it was a particular type of tights for the elderly. So, you know, apparently I'm considered sufficiently elderly to advertise that type of a product. And secondly, I tried to visualize it. Whenever I tried, it didn't come out right, to be honest. Anyway, Nauka to Lubię is a channel. I like science. And there is a lot of materials about hydrogen from before the age of ChatGPT, and indeed we cover that subject there. You've mentioned the ChatGPT, and I put a question to ChatGPT. What a ridiculous joke to use to start off with? And it said it's better to avoid jokes that would ridicule people or things, especially when it comes to the kind of subjects as serious as hydrogen energy. Maybe you should start with a serious introduction that will introduce the subject and how important it is for the environment. So chat turned out to be smarter than me. And, you know, probably a lot of us have experienced that. So, please keep in mind that smart, or rather the ChatGPT is smart because it has acquired all that wisdom from us. I'm a particle physicist by training, ladies and gentlemen. I look at hydrogen and I look at many other things and processes and phenomena, and when I do, I automatically look at how matter is built or what it is made of at the very basic level. For me, particle physics is something that tells us that everything important in this universe happened in a few brief moments after the Big Bang. All of the rest is a natural consequence of what happened. And basically, all the rest is whatever happened in the first 3, maybe 8 minutes. Everything that happened later was a natural consequence. So, why am I telling you about my background? Because I'm trying to smuggle in a bit of information. I am not an engineer, I'm not a chemist. I'm not somebody who builds, designs, installations. I'm somebody who popularizes science. You might have high expectations about this meeting. You might expect me to give a lot of details and, you know, that I will cover technologies that will blow your minds. If you do, you may feel that I'm going to disappoint you. I deal with space, and indeed I do, because I'm an advisor of the European Space Agency, but I do that in the context of how to communicate science rather than communicate on particular technologies. By the way, those technologies are used for space exploration. Hydrogen is a promising, truly promising fuel for the future, for space rockets. Now, let me highlight a detail here. You might follow various launches of Chinese spacecraft. Look at the smoke from underneath Chinese rockets. They are orange. When you look at the European rockets being launched, or the US ones, they are white, different colors. The Chinese, they use very toxic fuels technology. They do not have the hydrogen technology. Now, hydrogen technologies are the future when it comes to space exploration. Very briefly, and I will simplify. So basically, when you use hydrogen, all that falls on your heads is water. And such technologies are something that the US have. Artemis is this mission to return to the moon, and there is a new carrier, a new rocket, a new capsule. Everything is new there in Artemis.
You know, everything is so complicated and everything is so much postponed, and that everything costs so much, and that Artemis 1 was postponed, I believe 6 times, just because that rocket is hydrogen fueled. It's extremely difficult to keep hydrogen in place. It's absolutely impossible to compress because it's the smallest atom we know. Now, if we wanted a joke, a good joke, not just a horrible joke about hydrogen, I didn't want to offend you with using it for the start of a conference, so I skipped it. To me, as a physicist, there's a paradox in it. It's 21st century and we try to harness the most frequent element in the universe, hydrogen, knowing it is the hydrogen. Intuition could suggest to us, well, that's great, let's just load it by not a spoon, but by a cartload. It's lightest, but it's also here, perhaps you don't like my lack of chemical knowledge, it's perhaps the most reactive, if not the most reactive element in the world. And the number of those paradoxes, well, in its free and natural state, it's a great rarity. Something's happening to it, a great challenge, because we want to have our locomotive, our plane, as you mentioned, everything. We want to have hydrogen at home. That's not obvious where to take it, where to get it. Nevertheless, 75 or 80% of our visible universe is built of hydrogen. Why did I say that everything that was most important came in the first minutes after the Big Bang? Well, precisely because that was when hydrogen was created. The young universe, the early universe, was the universe built nearly entirely of hydrogen. For people dealing with hydrogen technologies, absolute dream. Everything's made of it. And now every other thing, and that's the consequence, was built of that hydrogen. All the following elements were created inside the stars. When a star is born, it's just a huge ball of hydrogen, so big that the temperature inside that star and the pressure inside that star is absolutely unbelievable. On the ground, we can create pressures nearly that high, but we can adapt to it with temperature. We can clone the heart of the star. It's the nuclear fusion or nuclear synthesis. And that tells us what happens there. Those lightest bricks for building all that build bigger ones. By the way, building energy, and yet bigger ones. Again, producing energy, and so on and so forth, up to iron. iron is the element that lets even the heaviest and largest stars stop any further synthesis. If history stopped here, our world would look much differently because iron would be the heaviest of the elements. It doesn't. For some, it only starts because that heavy old star sometimes explodes. Exploding, well, let's not get into details. What's happening inside is such a gigantic increase of pressure that it is capable of compressing even iron into heavier elements. Well, we have most of hydrogen. That's the fuel which was produced 14 billion years ago. When we run out of that fuel, there'll be no more stars in the universe. The future of the universe is dark and cold. Well, no one of us will live to it, so let's not worry about this. Let's not be anxious about it. We want to live to the day when hydrogen's no longer going to be a curio what we can produce in a smallish element at our home, where we can just use a match later and it goes like, psh. I did it with my twins and they were always very interested in it. Finally, they want to study history and law, so perhaps I didn't get them enough interested in becoming engineers or chemists. Well, the moment we're now in, for many various reasons, seems to be the key moment. I don't know how you see it, but I, being an outsider, watching it from the outside, I'm very curious to know what the world is going to look like in 5 or 10 years. I believe that if I moved 200 years back, 500 years back, the world in 5 years, the world in 10 years, will be precisely the same world when I ask the question. Today we may say that in 5 years the world's going to be different. Will there be hydrogen? Yes. And there's certainty that it will be responsible for 75% of the universe. But will we learn to extract it? Because there's plenty of it in the world we function in. In water, it's encapsulated. It needs extracting. There's nothing like a hydrogen deposit, even if they were hard to get. There are none. We've got to extract it. We've got a few modes, a few ways. Some are better, some are poorer, but nearly all of them, at least most of the ones that we use, are the ways that in their foundations deny what we want to have it for, because we draw it from fossil fuels. Cool. Only that this is not the reason why we want to have it. We want to have it so as not to look even towards the fossil fuels. We can extract it from oil, from gas, from coal. Only this is not the reason why we are dabbling with this. And it's very often, I'm sorry if it really hurts your ears, it's very often said, and that's a statement that I believe is basically wrong, when we tell about technologies that has a profound significance for how people understand these. They say that hydrogen is an energy source. Shouldn't we rather hear that it is a storehouse of it? A source is if we can come, get, and use. A storehouse is when we've got to transform something, put energy into it to regain it, to recuperate it. It seems that the difference is only in a word, but that's not only a word. I deal with academic or scientific communication. Words are the key. The key is technology, the key is the word, because even the best technology will remain on laboratory tables or will only remain a concept in a book. But for it to happen, this technology must be realized by many people, must be accepted. Recently, I read why so many people still, or so many emotions, come from the 5G technology, the quick 5G communication. That's precisely and only because at the stage of communicating the technology, it was communicated as a revolution. We hate revolutions because in our part of the world, they have bad associations. We prefer things to be the way they are, because every change, and especially a revolutionary change, is a potential danger. So my suggestion is, let's not communicate hydrogen as a revolution, and certainly not a revolution that's going to change everything. Who wants everything to change? I only want the things I don't like to be changed, not all the things. Words have meanings. Why do I speak of not a source, but a repository, a warehouse of energy, a storeroom? Because in a world, the world that is accessible, our world, I don't mean the entire universe where you can perhaps consider a technology that something flies up to a star, draws it to some tank or container and returns to the Earth. It's fiction, it's not even science fiction, it's pure fiction or purely pure fiction. Well, in the world we don't have access to pure hydrogen. Well, it always costs energy to obtain it. Now the question is whether it's worthwhile to use that energy. We want energy from hydrogen, but to obtain it, we need energy. Does this make sense at all? If we only looked at the economy of that, very often, yes, you're right, it doesn't make any sense. But looking only at our Excel sheets, it doesn't make sense to have the pumping stations for electricity, the PUHs, because we spend more energy than we get. And yet we build those top reservoirs for drawing energy, especially when we want to use sources as to which we don't have the certainty of operation, and they are not easy in switching on and off. In Poland, please correct me, there are two of those. One is in Żywiec on Mount Żar, and the other by a never-built power plant in Żarnowiec. There are countries where there are plenty of those. When we have too much energy, we pump water up, and when we have energy shortages, this water goes down and produces energy. We lose more than we gain, but that makes sense, because when there's too much energy, it's not worth as much as when there's too little of it. So even though looking at the very numbers or the volumes of energy consumed, it really costs us. Looking at the money left in the pocket, we gain. A few days ago, it was in my bubble, so I read about the excess of energy in one of the Benelux countries, where because of liquid tariffs, the consumers were paid for use, for consumption. There are plentiful benefits to hydrogen, as you initially mentioned, and they all are at the same time its cons. Pros and cons are the same. It's the smallest, and alas, it makes its capture and holding a trouble. It's emissions free, but only when and if we have drawn it through other infrastructure and not simply from coal. It's highly reactive. Cool. Thanks to this, the process of obtaining energy from it, of its oxidation, is so quick and good. But because it is so reactive, it's never free around us. These are actual challenges, and now these challenges are worth overpassing to have fuel, because it's a fuel like none other available today, or it's a storage like no other storage available today. One in which you can reuse that factor that you use for storing. We have no waste, we have no flue gas, we have nothing to poison our environment at any of the stages of production. I'm imagining, okay, I can imagine a lot of things, but this is rather in the part of my imagination that's not considering anything very distant. I hope it's about something that's nearly close. I can imagine my garage, something the size of my fridge, connected to my PV panels on the roof, and thanks to which, when the sun shines, I don't use the energy. Water is electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen. We've got less and less oxygen in the atmosphere, so it would be good to pump it out into the atmosphere. Of course, I'm joking, because that's not the scale, but oxygen can be really dumped. Until the evening, when I need the energy, it happens. And then, in the evening, the same device transforms my hydrogen the other way, into water, which I can pump into my rainwater container, anywhere else. The question to you, how much time do you need for that? I don't know. I promote science and I do communications. I only know one thing: without bringing together 3 groups, it won't work. One group, indeed, these are scientists, engineers, those who create those technologies. The second group, that's business. The people who are looking at things on the table, in the lab, the people who read scientific publications, and they say, all right, that's worth investing. But then there's the third group. That's the state, and these are the authorities, territorial authorities, those who create legislation, those who create the legal framework, those who make the investments possible, and then those who, developing energy development strategies, find spots in it. Those who make legislation for production of hydrogen, that it is the correct type of hydrogen. You will perhaps hear more about that, but one hydrogen is not the same as the other hydrogen. They always look the same, but we call them hydrogens of many colors. Without those 3 elements, nothing will take a step forward. The case is really worth communicating and developing, just for the reasons that I've mentioned. I have a dream, and it is a dream about a world where hydrogen is going to be a warehouse, maybe a hydrogen gel in a pocket like a smartphone, maybe some kind of porous structure that will really retain that hydrogen. I used to be driven in a hydrogen car. It's really electric, but it's one like those. Well, I ran a program how this hydrogen circulates in a car, and you can pour water from your exhaust pipe here and drink it, because it's water. I thought that this water would be dripping all the time from that exhaust, and the man who leased it to me says, "What do you mean dripping? In winter you would have just then skating rinks. No, there's a special container, you press a button, I got a glass, pressed it, and the water went on and on and on, and I had my glass full, it was warm, I drank it." I don't know whether that was wise, I mean, I was considering whether that was really pure water, because that's when you do your chemical equations or chemical reactions. Actually, yes, it says it's pure water, but maybe there's somebody, living in the little creatures, and I decided I would leave the thing. I've already drunk it. If I knew what lived there, well, that could harm me. So, people one day perhaps will be just pressing a button and have that water perhaps discharged into rainwater, some kind of container. So we need business, we need science, and whatever we say, the powers that be, the authorities, regional, central level, yes, and perhaps even higher than that. I mean, even such authorities as the EU. I've been reading about the technologies that quickly develop, and I often wonder why some don't, even if there's everything for them to develop. The answers are many, and one of those is something that I believe is permitted in Poland and in many countries not. That sectoral investors take over some technologies to stop their development. If you put billions into silica PV panels, it's not in their interest that you will use perovskites for that. So as the one who has money, I buy a startup and I close the technology. I don't know whether it's the same with hydrogen, because it is a very fresh, how to call it, branch.
I would love these technologies to develop quickly. I think I'm coming to an end. Yes, I am. I'll go back to particle physics, my backyard. Long term, there will be less and less of hydrogen. More and more of hydrogen turns into increasingly heavier elements. Well, I'm saying it with a pinch of salt, because I'm talking about the cosmological perspective, so not millions, but billions of years. But what we are talking about is the hydrogen that surrounds us. And, in our neighborhood, it's roughly the same amount. What I like the most about hydrogen is that you can put it and kind of trap it in a closed loop. Unlike is the case with many other sources of energy, such as fossil fuels, there you use them up and they're gone. Hydrogen is different. Usually I say my wish for you is, but my wish for you and myself. So as a consumer, I truly, truly wish that it is something that happens. Thank you very much, Tomasz. I'm not sure if you've noticed. At least twice, Tomasz has pointed out that our conference makes sense. Business is there, science is there, local, regional authorities are there. So this is a good place to discuss hydrogen. We have a deal with Tomasz, with Tomek. This is the time for questions from the audience. The mics are there, so by all means do use this opportunity and ask questions. Who's going to be the first one? Bartek? No? Yes? Is it that there are no questions or there are no mics? The mics are there. All right, so maybe I will ask about something. As you've mentioned, you popularize science. So tell us about the trends that you've seen. ChatGPT is popular. Even truly, really popular publications actually cover that. What about hydrogen? Is hydrogen really hyped? Whether, it is justified or not? I'm not sure if you're going to be happy with my answer. I believe that hydrogen is absent from communication. So how do I see that? When it comes to using hydrogen, it is not something that is broadly covered in a debate aimed at a larger group of people, at general audience. So we have a bit of a funnel effect. You know, when you discuss energy, then the most popular subject is going to be nuclear reactors. And you can link those two areas, those two subjects, by all means, because I've mentioned electrolysis. I have mentioned that there are panels that generate something so that later you can extract hydrogen from water and store it. Equally, well, a reactor can be used as a source of energy. And by the way, they can differ from the ones that we are about to buy. By the way, hopefully, they're going to be different. So you can all link it together. What about what people know? What people, broadly speaking, know about energy transformation? Well, not too much. So when I look at certain responses to things that pop up in our public discussion, things that are uttered by politicians, things that are linked to global warming, CO2, and cars be electric or internal combustion engine based. Basically, it may be kind of difficult in terms of emotion for somebody who is in the subject. So basically, hydrogen is such a subject. Basically, it's a subject that is not present in the public discussion. I do not mean experts, mind you. I do not mean the people who are interested in the subject. After all, in this day and age, when you are interested in something, you can quite easily reach this information. There is a different story because they may or may not be able to verify whether it's true or not, and that is linked to ChatGPT. However, if you want to learn something, you can. There is a lot of chaos in this information landscape. We are flooded by information. I do not mean only text. We're also flooded by images, and hydrogen is hardly present. It's a shame. Well, we are talking about Poland, and Poland is one of the biggest producers, so maybe it should be present. Maybe then politicians could feel this pressure to take certain legal concepts and take them out of the fridge and put them on top of the agenda. Hopefully this conference is going to reach a large audience. There is a question there. I will follow up on what you have just said, because you talked about why the subject is not popular. So my question is as follows. Because, you know, we would like this energy to be used. We would like to use it a number of ways. You know, at home, in the fridge, in our garage. What kind of period are we talking about? Is it 5 years, 10 or 50? If it is 50 years, I'm not going to be alive by then. And the other members of the general public might be disinterested. Is it really something worthwhile from the point of view of the available technology? Because if those technologies are highly immature, maybe we should wait for them to get mature. They will get mature and then startups will test them. It's going to be there in 50 years' time. I do not know how much time we need. I'm not an expert in technology. I don't know. Even if it was on the shelf today, maybe it might be it. Maybe it is. Even then, a number of preconditions need to be met for things to happen. One of these conditions is social awareness. So, if we happen for things to happen, and only then do we communicate them, it's going to be too late, because people, or rather, let me rephrase that, things happen because people look forward to them. Things happen because people know that something is pending. What do I mean by people? I do not mean that, most people are, counting down to the moment where they can buy such a new fridge. I mean something else. I'm talking about politicians. When politicians are taking decisions, they look at their electorates, their voters, and they need to feel that the subject is important. If it is important, they are going to invest their time and efforts, because it may be used to defeat their opponents. It's a system of connected vessels. Unfortunately, if you have a truly good technology, it's going to be widely available on the next day? No, such a world doesn't exist. No. What we need is lobbying. We need sensitivity. Also, the industry must work together. Storytelling is necessary. A story needs to be told here, because people live on stories. You might be outraged. I am not. This is the way our brains work. We understand the world via the medium of stories, not numbers. When you look at STEM, basically, when you pursue STEM, it's about decoupling yourself from what is natural to us. And what is natural to us is listening to stories. Individual stories.
Na podstawie
because we rely on individual experience, be it ours or our neighbors or friends. So we decouple ourselves from that and move towards tables and graphs and tendencies and numbers. That's what STEM education is. So we need to be able to tell a story about hydrogen. Without that, Poland is not going to be a country that will be able to compete at a top level. In the past, we've witnessed it a number of times. And it is something that continues to happen quite often. 5-10 years ago, there were conferences about drones, right? And people would say that we might be dealing the cards, we might be the broker, because we are a few steps ahead of others. Nobody's saying that now, because our legal landscape has never been adapted, rather, and the startups simply, got stuck. They got stuck there. There is this triangle. The creators or the makers, the financiers, the people who finance it, and the people who make sure that the climate is good, including the legal climate. It's a triangle, as I said. And there is another question over there. Hello, my name is Andrzej Czułek. I do have a question. I'm following up on the previous question. March the 30th.
Komisji Europejskiej zostały przegłosowane takie.
The EU Commission passed two important directives, important for hydrogen. It's about the amount of renewable energy that is used, or rather applied in industry. And the other one is the hydrogen refueling stations and electric vehicle stations, how close they are to other things. So these are two directives, and they will be important from the point of view of our timescale, because the deadline is 2030. Do you know the details? I don't know the details, but I know what they are about. I cannot really discuss them, because I'm not an engineer. I cannot tell you whether those distances are right or not. Let me tell you two things about them. The first one, the application of renewables, including hydrogen in 2030, 42.5%. That's supposed to be the share across the EU in all of the member states' economies. Secondly, by 2030, all countries need to build hydrogen refueling stations, and they must not be further away than 200 kilometers. So we're talking about 2030. Now, we are talking about it in connection to what you've said. We are one of the biggest hydrogen producers, aren't we? I believe that Poland is going to choose hydrogen rather than electric vehicles. It's the same thing. Hydrogen, from my point of view, the same thing. I know what you mean. Because you defined energy storage. In electric cars, energy storage is the toughest difficulty, and hydrogen solves this problem. Hydrogen is going to solve this problem when I can refuel my car anywhere I want with hydrogen. It is going to solve this problem when a number of technical challenges has been solved. At this point, the situation is not ready. There are a number of things that still need to be done. Look at various technologies. Look at how they used to work in the past. Most of them became economically viable only once a certain critical mass has been achieved. So basically, scale lowered the price. I remember that moment when the first large wind farms were being built in Europe. You could look at Excel tables, and you saw that more energy was spent on creating those farms than they would ever generate. I remember the moment when the first solar panels were made. By the way, I do not mean lab conditions, because it's a different story. What I mean is when there was an initial rollout. So you had to melt the silicon at a high temperature, and it took more energy than this panel would ever create in its life cycle. And that was the case at the very beginning. It is no longer true. That's why I'm talking about business participation. Imagine the following scenario. You've got this research institute. There's a technology, and it's there, it's ready. Well, I wish it were true, but it's not. It's never the case. A number of things need to be done before it's rolled out. And who am I? I'm a communicator. I'm not the guy who welds things together. Obviously, I'm simplifying. The important moment is when the scale is sufficient that for the price to be so low that me, a user, wants to buy it rather than me, a scientist. Because ultimately, I want those panels on my roof to give me more money than I've invested in them. Ultimately, I want this car to simply move around. Yes, I could drink water from my exhaust pipe, but this is not why I buy this car. So you mentioned 200 kilometers. Yes, from my point of view, it is important. The thing is, it is not going to revolutionize my life. This is not what I'm going to say, that's the time to buy a hydrogen-fueled car. No. I've given you a number of reasons. Probably next speakers will give you more info. Maybe I will refuel my car at home. Maybe I won't need those stations. You have schools in local, in counties and all that. Maybe those schools are going to have their own refueling stations. At this point, the law is not going to be okay with that, right? But maybe tomorrow the legal landscape is going to change. Is it going to be literally tomorrow or in 50 years' time? I don't know. Because I am not an engineer, I don't know where we are at this point. I know the following. We want this machine to move forward, right? We want this critical mass to be reached. For that to happen, we need social acceptance, and people need to be aware, and you need a well-told story.
And that must be a story that people will buy. I can't see it. It's not any accusation towards anyone. All I say is that we are creatures listening to stories, living on narratives, and there are no narratives on hydrogen anywhere. Let's put an end here. No, sorry, if I may, just one thing. You mentioned nuclear fusion, but are we going the right way? Humanity has already conquered atom and we can split it and obtain it. We know that there are works on a cold fusion reactor. Atoms would be brought together. And if we don't know how to harness hydrogen quickly, will we perhaps more quicker work on atoms than on hydrogen? That would solve all our trouble. Well, also nuclear energy is clean, so that would perhaps give us unlimited access to energy. The question is, where will humanity go? I'll ask this question a bit differently. Where is it closer? I believe hydrogen is closer. Trying to take a very quick course through it. Even if tomorrow ITER in France started to work, the reactor we've been building and building. When I was a student, and believe me, that was a long time ago, they said no more than 20 years and we'll have electricity from nuclear fusion. Only then it's been much longer, and I can hear that it's in 20 years that we will have our fusion reactors producing electricity. That's what we hear about hydrogen. Well, the story of hydrogen is something new, but nuclear fusion, if you talk to the elderly professors, they'll say that it's been around for decades. The subject is really complex and complicated. The subject would need investigating at two levels. First, can we build a fusion reactor capable of positive energy balance? Because that we can build ones with negative energy balance, we've known how to do it for a long time. Many places all around the world have them. They were built for research, for fundamental research, or for applied research even, but not for energy production. So nobody's looking at the energy balance in those because they don't have to. That's not the reason why they were built. ITER is going to be the first one with a positive energy balance. And we've been building it for 15, 17 years or so. And we still need a lot to do it. Well, Koreans are first. Koreans, Chinese, Americans, everyone's trying their own means, but nowhere in the world is there a place where there would be a reactor with a positive energy balance connected to the national grid. In other words, producing electricity. Even if we had it, that's no solution at all. It will only start when you have those at wherever you turn. That in Poland, for example, there are several of those. That in Europe there would be hundreds, right? Perhaps tens. That in the world there would be hundreds. Between building of one operational, by the way, we still don't have it, and we're not having it for a time, and a whole network, there's a gap. Financial, technological. ITER was built, well, the construction started when we were still aware that there were no materials capable of surviving those extreme conditions inside this torus, where this plasma would be sped up. We don't have the materials, but the construction started assuming that it would last long enough that this would provide an impulse to finding finally those materials. Even if we don't, that's going to be highly experimental, and for sure it's not going to be a technology where we say we have it and now just start buying fusion reactors. It's not going to work like that. Well, even if it did. Even if we built such a network, we enter the shoes that we want to leave now. Big machines that produce energy, independent of the needs. It's not that easy to launch to start up such a reactor and then to stop it wherever in the country. And yet the whole technology, or seeking for technology, goes towards spreading it so that energy is produced where it's needed, when it's needed. Nuclear fusion will never give you that option. Hydrogen does. You can say, oh yes, but for example, in a country like Poland, France, the US, perhaps in every country, there's a certain volume of energy you need to provide as this foundation. Yes, there are fluctuations, but they are never down to zero. There's always a part that we always need to provide, this iron portion. Perhaps that's it. Today, that's where we want to see nuclear reactors. Because that's a technology that's known, that's got its drawbacks, but compared to those of others, they are quite few. So perhaps the future is going to be like that. There will be that base and there will be those nuclear technologies. And then there will be that extra part with things happening. If I were to be doing my guesswork today, I'd rather say that the future is going to be the base, the foundation, partially by nuclear technologies, but definitely fission, and the rest are going to be good energy warehouses. Okay, this is where we end, Tomek. Tomek will be with us for another moment. Nauka to Lubię Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. And what do? We're in for another presentation. Not another, but Tomek didn't have his presentation. Can I invite Dr. Katarzyna Stec from Łukasiewicz Institute? She'll speak of hydrogen fuel, threats and opportunities. Can I be heard? Well, why don't we talk about hydrogen? Because we don't know how to talk about hydrogen. Only experts do at technical levels. We don't know how to share this knowledge clearly to the community. Example, the word hydrogen as source or as storage. Huge difference. Legal, financial. Source, something that's available, we connect to it and we use it. Store, well, we first have to invest a lot to fill it up. We need particular legislation, financial models, options to build such a storehouse and to use it. A word has powerful meaning, especially in the case of hydrogen. How to change my slides? And now, why do words matter? The Polish hydrogen strategy by 2030, with a perspective 2040, is not considered a document of potential opportunities, but of potential oppression, problems, things we have to meet and not things we want to meet. This is a profound difference. If we start to communicate to regional authorities and, well, maybe not to scientists, they see it as an option. Banks, territorial authorities, startups. Well, startups perhaps also see it as an opportunity, but the general society see it as a threat, as a problem. They don't see any development in this step. This is something we've got to do because somebody made us do it. A major problem with communication at all stages, apart from scientists. They see an opportunity here, however. Why do they see an opportunity here? New materials, new funds. There are also particular requirements that a sector that issues so much CO2 has to reduce it. Has to. Has to is not a word that would come down well. But please understand that once we've reduced our CO2 emissions, we'll pay less for its production, and our production in long-term perspective may prove more to provide greater returns, and this can help us in technologies. Communication and understanding are absolutely material. The use of hydrogen is an opportunity and risk, but why? Let me return now for a moment to these questions. Why wasn't hydrogen perceived as an opportunity earlier? Again, this results from the phrase, it's not a source, it's storage. And you need plenty of investment, and there had been no such investment prior to now. These come now. In a panel, I'm going to say that as of today, in 2023, these investments won't pay. But who of you will assure me that in 2030 they won't pay again? Still, well, nobody knows what the CO2 fees are going to be, and that's the factor that really drives hydrogen in the capacity of a fuel. Why hydrogen? Well, of course, Poland has plenty of hydrogen, but hydrogen has very good heating properties, so it will work fine as fuel. Moreover, it is incandescent, and you don't need to keep it burning. You don't need to feed it. This is a process that is self-sustaining. Well, is that a perpetuum mobile? Not really, but almost. Well, and why is hydrogen the fuel of the future? Just please look. If we look at CO2 emissions, there are two solutions. Really, one of them must be our future, because there are no others for future. Either we switch from methane to methane oxygen, and we cut down by half our CO2 emissions, or to hydrogen oxygen, and then we're zero emissions. Why had nobody taken care of it? Well, hydrogen has been in different industries since the 1960s. Why? Because that's not a source, that's storage, and it calls for major investments, you guessed. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of communication, please see hydrogen in 80% of the society is something you associate with, yes, you guessed, explosion, the Zeppelin and the hydrogen bomb. That's where news of hydrogen and knowledge of hydrogen ends with an average taxpayer. When we look at petrochemical industry, it's started with it long time ago. They have installations, it's burning. Nothing's ever happened. Nobody's ever happened about hydrogen installations exploding where they have hydrogen. So communication is missing. I go to industry, to conferences, and I say, well, Orlen has it and they've had it for years. What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, they've had it. It's one of the elements of the technological lines. It hasn't blown up. Well, Płock is standing still. The whole city. Nothing's happened. Whoa. Okay. That's how taxpayers see it. In the discussion panel, I'm also going to tell you about the legal and financial reasons why things are what they are, but simply they are what they are. We don't know how to discuss hydrogen. We don't know how to make people available, understand it. People were really praying by the lamps so that nothing happened when people had first oil lamps. Well, let's get used to hydrogen. Let's speak about it in very simple language. It's a gas like any other. All it needs is that you know how to use it. And one more thing. Why doesn't it find broad application? Well, technical safety and security legislation is missing. Even investors interested in using it say, damn, will I meet all the requirements to make sure that it's safe? And they have no clue whether they are safe or not. Just because all that legislation is badly scattered, it's present in various departments and various parts of law. Going on, why hasn't it yet been used for broad industrial use? Well, one of them is the hydrogen corrosion. This is the smallest particle. A great advantage and a huge disadvantage. It goes through composites, ceramics, metals, and penetrating, it corrodes. It's been long studied, but the initial studies, initial studies did not focus on prevention. It's only been for a short time that we've considered how to prevent hydrogen corrosion. It's extremely important because it results in oxygen getting out to the outside. I'm saying that part of the industry has long dealt with hydrogen. I like hydrogen, even though, well, please listen. As a human, I'm a bit afraid of hydrogen. As a scientist, I'm fascinated with it. And look, if I, with my knowledge of what hydrogen can do and what it's not doing, I have certain apprehensions, and people tell me you'll be driving a hydrogen car, and I go like, I don't really know why. Well, I have no clue about those, but I can pass next to that installation and I'll work with it because I'm aware and I have that knowledge. That's a ceramic pipe through which hydrogen went. Look, 7 ppms of hydrogen did it. That's the destruction because it was hydrogen in high temperature. It behaves differently in different situations. Installations are safer at lower temperature and lower pressure. High pressure and high temperatures, absolutely different requirements. Let's share knowledge, but let's share it in a way that's understandable for an average taxpayer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what else are the conclusions concerning hydrogen? There is a certain discrepancy between the literature and data. Well, sometimes science knows that literature tells you something and industry or regular consumption shows some other stats. That's why it's so very important to test, to check theory against practice. If we show it to someone that a publication says that hydrogen is safe, oh well, but they also wrote other things. If we show, look, this installation has worked and it's been safe, they say, right, I believe you, I trust you. A different type of sharing message. Here, for example, we know that by literature there's proper information, proper material, but it's been verified in an installation and things were not that good. So again, communication, knowledge, and I'll say something hopeless. Greater cooperation between scientists, not only with the community, but also with the state, bodies of the state, decision makers, everyone who decides about what's going to happen about the zero emissions economy, which way to turn. Here I'm showing you the results of studies. Just look how hydrogen is eating up materials. Those photographs also illustrate one more thing. Look how much of that material is left. Why the slide? Just because I wanted to show that it's not so that when there's corrosion things go wrong. No. How many steel things we have, and there's regular corrosion and still we use we use steel. There are anti-corrosive paints, there are overhauls, stripping of the corroded layers and protecting. So corrosion as a phenomenon is natural. The only thing we've got to do is to come over it and then just remember about overhauls.
Chciałam ją pokazać Państwu, dlaczego wodór.
Now, what I would like to show you, let's think properly about it. There is a situation, you've got hydrogen, you have these blocks that were supposed to work in a hydrogen-rich environment, but they deformed, didn't work, not really. Now you have a new material there that can withstand these parameters. It is not true that hydrogen corrosion is basically something that would make it impossible for us to move forward. No, it's an opportunity. We need to come up with new different materials that would work well in such conditions. And an example. You have scientists, they try to develop a new material and sometimes they fail. Here they have. This new material corroded. It amounted to nothing. But we learned so much from this effort. By the way, these were not lab conditions, so quite useful. To sum up, it is not true that scientists are not ready to implement hydrogen technologies. No, they are, and they have available solutions. But there are two caveats. First, they are not commercially viable. Some of them cannot be scaled up. Let's be honest about it. Furthermore, the legal and business environment is not sufficiently friendly to the implementation of hydrogen-based technologies. After all, this technology, it's not a source, it's a way of storing things, and for that reason it is more expensive. Katarzyna Spec from Łukasiewicz, a research network. We decided to forego the break, so
Ktoś ma...
Szukam tłumaczenia.
Pani Agnieszko, pani ma mikrofon przy sobie.
Agnieszko, so you have a mic. Thank you, Katarzyna. And now you read in our agenda and presentation. Tomasz Fleischer from IMA Dresden is going to take the floor. Professor, please go ahead.
Thank you very much that I have the possibility to speak today. My name is Thomas Fleischer. I'm a mechanical engineer, and my focus in the last 30 years was strains and fatigue items for structures and products. And I had some motivations to be here today. One motivation is to meet interesting people, colleagues. Other motivation is to visit the grove of our king, August II. He was king of Poland, and I'm the first time in Krakow, and that's why I want to meet him. And another motivation is to give you some information about a network. This network is a service provider for development processes, especially for traffic systems, for materials and products. Our network is a big company. It's a Spanish one named A+, with about 1.80 billion revenue per year. And we deal especially in the laboratory division with testing, engineering for product systems, certification, engineering supports. And in other branches, we are also worldwide active for automotive developments, for engineering in industry divisions, and so on. And what is this for IMA Dresden? Yes, IMA Dresden is part of this network since 2021. And the A+ laboratories are focused to electrical and electronics, to mechanical and materials, to cybersecurity, fire safety, engineering, and so on. And we have laboratories in a lot of countries, in China, in United States, in Great Britain, in Italy, in France, and also in Germany. And from our point of view, it's not a problem that we deal with hydrogen, with fuel, with others. We have to organize that all structures we drive, like automotive cars, like aerospace structures, in a good condition. And this is our focus. This is overview again. Coming to IMA Dresden. IMA Dresden is located in the city in 2 locations with 10,000 square meters test area with 250 employees. Some information about our history. I can say IMA is also my baby. Because as I joined IMA in 1994, I became a father of a son. And as I developed in this company, I was a department leader, I was the honor at the end, and then I give my baby to the world. The same situation was with my son. As I give IMA to the world, my son goes into the world. And this is over 27 years. And yes, this is for me, it was my life. And the development in the world, the growing and the technology development gives us the information we must go in a bigger system, in a bigger network to apply our know-how worldwide. And you can see that the roots of IMA was the East German aerospace industry in the 50s. And we had a privatization in the 90s. And yes, now we are in a big trust. What is our focus? Our focus is stress and strains and fatigue. And we are active in a lot of business fields with about 2,500 customers worldwide. And these business fields are, for instance, oil and gas, wind energy, medical devices, automotive, building products, railway systems, aerospace, and data management systems. I think this is a huge conglomerate, yes? It's not so often that you can find such kind of know-how in a small company. But we have developed the company and us in this direction. And the fields internally, what we have to do is test, simulation, engineering, training, and research. And in several fields. At first, you can see our business as a pyramid. We deal with materials in the first level, and we deal with full-scale systems in the upper level. That means coming from the materials to the aircraft, we test all this structure and materials in our company. And in parallel, we simulate also these processes. And this is not only for aircraft systems, it's the same in automotive products, it's the same in railway systems, it's the same in other fields. For this business, we need a lot of accreditations. Quality management system, environmental management system, and we need also special approvals from our customers. For instance, Airbus, Rolls-Royce, Volvo, and others. And especially for aerospace industry, you must have an accreditation for NetCap. That means all materials for aircraft systems must test it in the frame of this quality management system. And we got MARI statuses from the authorities, also for NetCap and also for the Airbus quality test method list. Automotive, big field, and coming from the complete vehicle bodies to the electrical components, we can test a lot of this, tank systems, transmission components, and others. For these activities, we have a lot of infrastructure possibilities, strong floors, shakers, X-house systems, and so on. And we are partners for the industry in the approval tests, development-related tests, and for development of test concepts. Also for aerospace applications, we can apply our know-how in the same range, structures, materials, interior components, passenger doors, hydraulic components, full-scale applications, landing gears, and for instance, in the last 20 years, carbon fiber products. And in this field, we are a partner in the development process to realize a good test result that our customers can go to the authorities and can say, okay, these are the results, give me the approval. Railway systems, we deal with bogies, with wagons, with gears. We carry out strains assessments, measurements on site if there are problems in the net of trams and other systems. But we are also active in medical parts. I know what this means. I was a basketball player of about 25 years, and I destroyed my knees in these activities. I was a lot of times in Poland, and I have a lot of friends in this region, in basketball players. But at the end of the story, you must have a good life situation for knees and other joints. And in this situation, you can get services from the industry. That means hip joints, knee joints. You can live in a good standard after operations. And we are an institute and lab. We are accredited by the authorities that producers and companies, they developed and produces such kind of systems, they must have this approval from an independent lab, and we can test and give them the information, yes or not. For these activities, fatigue tests, wear tests, structure investigation, and others, we developed our own test systems, and coming from this know-how, we can also give test answers also for special applications. For instance, skin testing. Yes, if you need skin applications on your body, you must have an implant, and this implant must fulfill your requirements regarding stress, regarding wear, and so on. Building and construction industry, we fulfill also requirements regarding testing and approvals for all pipe systems are applicated in houses. Means water systems, waste systems, also regarding acoustic emissions and so on. And for this business, it's also necessary to fulfill regulations coming from the government, coming from the European Committee. And in the last years, also new materials were in the focus, for instance, carbon fiber. Now we have in Germany some applications for bridges with carbon fiber inside, some special building solutions with carbon fiber, and also for this solutions and applications we are an inspection body, also a certification authority, and we can carry out approval tests. Wind energy, turbine application for this industry, we also carry out material tests, damage analysis, fatigue tests, and we are very active in the Chinese market because they have the biggest application industry for wind turbine systems. But also for European player, we are a partner in development and quality assurance. Electrical testing, we had a discussion about automotive applications, electric loading systems for new cars. This is a big item in the last 5 years. And for this application, we developed our own test equipment, and we can support the development processes of deliverers and OEMs. In the field of material testing, especially composite and plastics, we have a know-how of about 30 years. And this is very important for aerospace industry and for wind turbine industry. And coming from this application, we got the merit status of NetCap and Airbus. And in this field, for instance, we carry out thousands of tests for new Airbus solutions, A350, for A400M, for A380. This gives us also the know-how basis for the future. The same level we reach for material testing in metals. We have a special know-how in the field of fracture mechanical testing and for tribological testing, and also with special applications in aircraft industry. Yes, damage analysis, materialography. That means if there are any problems, for instance, coming from hydrogen applications, for corrosion, for other chemical influences, we can search the problems, we can find solutions together with our customers, and for this we have special personnel with special education in this field. Environmental testing means also vibration, means climate chambers, means special test setups, means salt spray tests, means transport simulations, leakage tests, and so on. If you can remember the test pyramid, that means the right-hand side was simulation. And that is also a must since about 20 years that we can, or as a supporter, you must evaluate your test results, and more we come in a situation that we simulate and test in parallel, that our customer want to see the test activities in parallel with the simulation. Since about 50 years, our company and the former system developed material data systems. That means material databases, but also test data management systems. And our system has the name WIAM, well informed about materials. And the motivation of our customers like BMW, like Boeing, like NASA, like Volkswagen, they want to have their data in their own system, but in a good organized situation. That means like a Google. Yes, you search a test 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, or the last day, and you find the information. What kind of material, who was the tester, what kind of machine you have used, and what was the project where this test was necessary. All this data can manage in our system, and that's why we have this important customers in our list. So, hydrogen. Hydrogen for us is an item since about 5 or 7 years. And we are focused to some mobile applications and stationary applications. For instance, cars, trucks, rail vehicles, aircraft systems, but also hydrogen transport in pipes, hydrogen storages. We had the discussion some minutes before. And for this needs, we use our know-how coming from decades. Here's an example for development of a hydrogen pressure tank. Coming from our know-how in carbon fiber and glass fiber applications, we can offer the full process coming from the material development to the application to the life cycle item to repair applications for our customers, coming from our test know-how, but our test know-how is also a material know-how. That's why we can offer this circle in the development process. Some information about actual projects we are involved in, especially the German Aerospace Technology Program is a driver for hydrogen development and applications. We are involved in the so-called SWOT program, that means Structurally Integrated Hydrogen Pressure Tank. SWOT is the German short name. And that means we want to develop a solution for the integration of a hydrogen tank in a smaller aircraft in the wings. This is a big step because for small and medium distance aircraft, we need solutions with hydrogen. That's why we need first applications for this. This is a network of, most of them are Saxony companies, but also other players in Germany. And in this project, we fulfill the part of the test, of the tester and also of the developer of the test surrounding of the infrastructure. Another example is also in the German Aerospace Technology Program, an hydrogen retrofit propulsion system for Cessna aircraft. And also in this program, we developed together with partners the storage system. That means a pressure tank, and also the test activities for this structure part. And also some partners you can see in this slide. For these activities and also for space applications, we need our test know-how. That means how can I apply the loads? What kind of what kind of dangerous situation we must have in mind, and that means hydrogen tanks for rocket systems. There we have the know-how coming from there, and we applicate it to new projects in our test activities. Oh, good. So, some informations about our customers. In every line you have an industry. At first aerospace industry, then railway industry, automotive industry, then carbon fiber partners, and then the wind turbine industry. What is also the message I want to give to you? The message is industry players, they want to develop new systems. They need strong partners in their development processes. Strong partners, they have a lot of know-how, and they are qualified for this, what they have to do, with a strong quality management system, with a lot of engineers, with a lot of experience coming from decades. And I think your region, Krakow, Mała Polska, I think you want to develop this region also on the wave of hydrogen. But hydrogen is not all. Hydrogen is one of our targets we have in the future. And one thing from me coming to the fusion reactors, you have some minutes before. A very important signal for technology is when private players invest money in such kind of technology. And now we have the situation that private players invest in fusion technologies. And I think we don't need 20, 30 years. When private players invest in such kind of technologies, they have a target of 5, 10 years. And also Elon Musk, he developed a rocket in steel design. In steel design. This is steel design we had at V2 in World War II. But he take a new idea and he developed it, he take it and he started. And this is a private player. Yes, he got a lot of money from the NASA and so on, but he is a private player. And this is the motivation for industry players like we are to give a signal, here we are, and if you need a strong partner, we want to be on-site. And on-site means also we are in discussion now to have a solution for a lab in your location. And please take the information to your colleagues, to your company, and we will give you a sign in the next months what will be the development in the future on site in Krakow. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie profesorze.
Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now...
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a technology park. My proposal is that we have startup pitches. We pressed for time. We have 4 startup pitches, and please keep to the time. I don't want to be brutal and interrupt you. Now, the first pitcher will be Dr. Andrzej Czulak of MCH2 and PKTK, Polish Cluster of Composite Technologies. These are examples for using hydrogen. You can take any mic you want. It works. First of all, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Kraków Technology Park for inviting us to this conference. The professor had no opportunity. I'm still waiting for my presentation. I'll use this opportunity. The professor here had no opportunity to say any more, but I'll boast a bit and brag. You'll probably see it on my slides. I returned from Paris today, and yesterday we talked very long with a company that is called IMA Dresden, that is part of AP Plus, precisely about cooperation, a research lab for pressure containers and pipes here in Poland. But I'll tell you more about it in a minute. In Małopolska, we have the Center for Innovative Technologies for storing and transporting hydrogen. 7 minutes, unfortunately, is a very short time. Why was it set up? That's thanks to cooperation with the Office of the Marshal, with the cluster. We have analyzed what's happening now in Poland, especially in Małopolska, in hydrogen technologies. And we observed very interesting situation. There are plentiful information institutions that produce hydrogen. We are the 3rd state when it comes to the amount of hydrogen made in Europe. We produce a lot of gray, but okay, time's here to switch from gray to green, and the institutions that produce it are really numerous, and the institutions that use it are also numerous. In Poland, especially in Małopolska, as in Małopolska, we produce plenty of it. We made that analysis. What we really need most when it comes to closing that chain from production to use. And luckily, it turned out that these are storage facilities for it and energy facilities. I'm very glad, because this is the only thing I know something about. So we decided that if we need to develop a whole chain from producing to using hydrogen, especially in industry, I will now refer to the directives I mentioned. In this chain, we need a company that produces hydrogen, companies that prepare elements that allow transportation and storage of it, and also companies that are going to use it. We have 2 areas, production and use, but we don't have this central element, and that's precisely where we wanted to. Sorry, I don't know how to operate that. Okay, it works. We wanted to use it, and we really would love to follow upon this analysis. It was run by Małopolska office. We ran it in our cluster, 120 businesses of key importance, and we are absolutely interested in the subject of hydrogen. Why? Because there is no storage and transport without one thing, without composite materials. They are the most important if we want to store our hydrogen and if we want to transport it, if we want to have vehicles for it, and if we want to use hydrogen as presented a moment earlier for various uses, industry, transport, heating homes, you name it, that calls for solutions for transporting and storing hydrogen. That's why we managed to set up a company. It's called Małopolska Center for Innovative Technologies, Storage and Transport of Hydrogen. So you know what is our field of expertise, and we're keen on developing a place that would gather startups and institutions dealing in the area of hydrogen storage and transport. Why do I say that? Why do I mention that? Because we have plenty of feedback from many businesses interested in the area and the subject in Małopolska, but also in our cluster, well, the composite cluster. So there are pipes, there are tanks for hydrogen, and we have a powerful feedback from research institutions. Let me tell you that Łukasiewicz Institute from Kraków is really strongly involved as the Institute of Ceramics and Construction Materials, because creating some surrogate materials, they will be mentioned a moment, we're also capable of producing hydrogen. Obviously, fantastic cooperation with our scientific institutions from all over the country. AGH, University of Science and Technology Kraków, is definitely number one. What do we want to build? We'd really want to build a lab. Let me now refer to what Professor Fleischer said. We want to build a lab, a center, that would be the first to allow testing and verifying materials, solutions that allow the transport and storage of hydrogen, most importantly in a safe manner, to demonstrate and showcase the solutions that are going to be safe in transport, safe for us, for you and me, so that we could use them in industry, perhaps in future also at home, so that as Małopolska we are the strongest region dealing particularly with the issues of hydrogen. I mentioned Małopolska, but I'm also looking at Silesia and Małopolska. We have the largest potential in development of hydrogen technologies in Małopolska and in Silesia. And other than that, we'd like to set up this center where we would not only verify those composite materials, but we will also create a hub where we will have more and more startups, more and more solutions, more and more new labs working on the area between the production and use of hydrogen. I believe there will also be companies that will present interesting solutions, also connected to it. My colleagues will be presenting also very interesting technology, and I hope that with Kraków institutions we will be developing this Center for Innovative Technologies and hydrogen storage and transport. That's our plan. We've managed to set up the company in 2023, precisely 2 months ago. Since then, we have been fundraising to build laboratories and centers for those hydrogen technologies. Let me only tell you that I've talked to many hydrogen centers throughout Europe, ones that have obtained financing and that are in the process of development, that the process is the same. You build a center, you gain funds to build it, and then it develops automatically, thanks to the sheer fact that I believe it's the first time I can join that bandwagon and not to be that last car in it. We will be obtaining money. We're already obtaining money from different funds, and I made this slide today because the gentleman who said that nobody's dealing with hydrogen. All these photos were taken yesterday. That was just one little street. Now there are the fairs of composite materials in Paris. They're called Jack. Every company here dealing with composites has in its offer, no, not working. They have in their offer just at least one solution concerning a ready-made hydrogen tank. 350 bar pressure, 700 bars. These are the photographs from just one lane that I passed, and I took some photos of the tanks. We're a bit further. We're thinking how to start to produce them. Many companies have already started, but we don't have ready-made solutions. Now, a short ad. Most of these have been tested by AP Plus in Dresden. They were boasting that that's what they're doing. The verification of those was done by the Dresden people. Where else have we been successful in the recent years? Years, months, weeks, really, sorry. First, we have a website that promotes hydrogen, wodorowe.info. Please, that's where we try to publish information about hydrogen, hydrogen technologies, legislation on hydrogen in Europe. Then we have fantastic cooperation with the Kraków Technology Park. And I believe that, well, that's why we have the conference. The Kraków Technology Park understands that this is the potential. We've managed to sign several letters of intent. In a few weeks, we signed it with IMA Dresden, that they help us develop this lab for studying, for testing the composites for hydrogen. That's how we got Professor Fleischer. That was only a letter of intent, a memorandum of understanding. Yesterday, we agreed that there should be we will have a shared lab.
Also, we have signed letters of intent with hydrogen centers in Germany. It is quite an important thing, it needs to be said. 5 hydrogen centers have been set up in Germany. 200 million euros each. One in Stade got 370 million. And you see the level of investment in hydrogen technologies in our neighbors. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Now I feel somewhat awkward, so I will be slowly wrapping up. So we have signed a cooperation agreement to work with hydrogen centers in Germany. Basically, they need to obtain money to develop these hydrogen centers. They want to get money from European funds, and we want to do them with them. That's going to be it. Apologies to interpreters. Thank you so very much. So, we are going to have another intervention about Seniak from Protium, a company. I believe that this should be a useful working microphone.
Może tak chwileczkę opowiem o
Let me cover what we are. We are a startup. It was set up to produce hydrogen. We don't deal with tanks and the infrastructure. We started thinking about how to obtain hydrogen here in Poland, and that's why the company had been set up. The beginnings. 2021, it's a new company, and it was based on a company that processed waste, you know, the post-industrial waste. So we stabilized waste, and we focused on rare materials that is obtained from industrial processes. So 2020, that's where it all started. Yes, people are interested in inventions, aren't they? So fly ash, cinders delivered to mining, and the excavated places need to be filled with sand, but the cinders are used for that, or fly ash. And this is how the idea was born. All the sensors in a mine showed that there's plenty of hydrogen there. And it gave us a pause. Why hydrogen shouldn't be there? Nobody thought about it. So I thought maybe tests are in order. And the main mining institute was informed of that. We reached out to them. We conducted tests. It was 2021. They were very positive for us. We are talking about basically slag that they use it. So basically hydrogen is obtained from slag and loose material from various industries. A special reactor has been purchased for that. I haven't said much, or rather I'm not saying that, but the thing is, you can go and see it for yourselves. You can go there, you can see it, you can touch it. We have hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen is burned there, and we generate electricity. Alternatively, we power vehicles. These are small cars, but you know, things should change in the future. The whole technology has been developed and patented jointly with GIG Mining Institute. And basically there is zero waste there. It is environmentally friendly. So we don't need anything but water, maybe a few chemical substances. By the way, it is all already contained within the slag. So, in incinerators and metalworks, slag is produced, it's generated, and we use it to its fullest. You don't need to add any extra energy to this process. You don't need to tap into solar power to produce it. It is self-generating, the whole process. We simply select the reactions in such a way that hydrogen is generated by itself. Let's say you've got a kilogram of slag, dangerous slag. You know, a lot of ash there. This is where you're going to get the most hydrogen. Out of a kilogram, you can generate up to 10 liters rather, of pure hydrogen. You can multiply its potential by extending the generation process. So time is enough. Time is the factor that we use. So basically, this is green hydrogen that is generated. Nothing is put into the process to make it happen. At this point, in lab conditions, we can produce or generate a lot of hydrogen. All incinerators in Poland has been informed. We've signed contracts with some of them, and we are going to make tests to test the potential that is there. Why is it this technology so good? We don't need to store it. We want to obtain it at the source. So you will be able to co-fire it at waste incinerators. So no losses, no expense on transportation or storage. You use it when you get it. Look at this diagram. You can see waste. It goes to an incineration plant. There energy is generated and slag or fly ash is produced. How does it happen? You separate rare metals, you extract them, and then you have the fly ash, the proper fly ash. They are really dangerous. They contain a lot of hydrogen, and we can obtain hydrogen from there. And we're also working on a new technology, because we don't want to avoid a situation where there is some dangerous waste generated. So we are working on a new patent, quite a revolutionary one. Once we get there, the incineration plant will not have to incur costs needed to process this waste. It is all going to happen in our reactors situated in situ on the premises of an incineration plant. Zero emissions, zero waste, effectively. The slag is used for construction materials. You're going to replace fossil fuels, dangerous materials. They will be the hydrogen is going to be extracted out of it. You've got the number showing you how much slag is produced in Poland per year. And that goes to show how much hydrogen can generate per year in Poland. We as a country are taking only our first baby steps when it comes to the hydrogen technology. There are supposed to be 30 more facilities, so the potential for hydrogen generation is quite significant. So we are just taking first baby steps. We're looking for partners. We are open to cooperation. We can cooperate with institutions or companies that are interested in our technology. I'll be blunt. Come and see how it all works. We would like to show you the process. This is stage 2. We would like to build a pilot facility. It will be situated at an incineration facility. And then we will move on to other incineration plants in Poland. It's important for safety and security reasons. You know, in Sweden, hydrogen did explode. We would like to avoid that. So this technology should be actually rolled out when new incineration plants are developed. Naturally, later we'd like this hydrogen to be sold. Who we work with, potential clients, incineration facilities, metalworks, landfills. You've got some post-mining material there. Also, you have sites where dangerous materials are processed. You have special installation for that. And aluminium smelting facilities too of our potential clients. Now, aluminium accelerates the whole process. Mining as an industry are a potential client because there you can also extract hydrogen. That's our team. Krzysztof and another colleague, we've been working together for years now. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. I'll be happy to meet you. You can see it all with your own eyes. You can see how it actually works. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Robert. So, another presentation, Michał Żak from PKN Orlen. Please stick to your time slot if you can. Hello. I've got a few minutes, right? Is it okay if we start the presentation? Good afternoon, my name is Michał Żak. I work for PKN Orlen. I deal with hydrogen transformation there and other hydrogen technologies. I work on developing this business. Here I would like to outline what Orlen, PKN Orlen, does when it comes to designing technologies and hydrogen generation and hydrogen distribution. What do you see here? You can all find it online. This is a part of our hydrogen strategy, 2030 strategy that is. This is another strategy which is going hand in hand with the main one. I'm not going to be terribly creative here. I will describe briefly what it looks like in our company. We've got the production chain. We generate grey hydrogen from natural gas. It happens in Trzebinia. Then we will start our facility. It's another one from brine, and then we will use renewables. General waste will be processed, and we also have our assets, refinery assets in Płock. CCUS is a technology that we're going to use. So we are supposed to power our petrochemical business. Now, what I would like to focus on here, hydrogen transportation in Poland, that is public transportation and the so-called heavy transportation further down the line, maritime and aircraft transportation. Synthetic fuels, I'm looking at you, that's another issue. CAPEX. These numbers have been updated. We're talking about renewable hydrogen. What are our ambitions by 2030? 130 kilotons of hydrogen per year. CAPEX, 5 billion zlotys. We need to, and we want to spend by then. Moving on. Now the strategy relies on 4 areas: mobility, refining, petrochemistry, industry and energy, and research and development. Now we are relying on the first pillar. We want to have a very comprehensive system. We want to start with production, but also infrastructure, refueling stations.
Ich nie ma w Polsce. Jest ich bardzo.
They are very important because they are not there in Poland. We are developing them. Now, public transportation will deliver fuels. So basically, so who's going to use up rather? Public buses, rail, and ultimately heavy transportation, that is trucks. They'll be hydrogen fueled. Long-term maritime and aircraft, I don't want to go into that because I believe that at this point these technologies are being developed, especially when it comes to maritime transportation. Aspirations, you know what they are. We have a certain capital and market position, so we believe that we are a leader. As a leader, we feel we need to deliver the infrastructure. By infrastructure, I mean fueling stations, and to make sure that we can generate that fuel. 2 parts of information there. The strategy, we would like to build 57 hydrogen refueling stations in Poland. It's ongoing. We have had local visits. We have looked at various sites here in Kraków. But we will also be developing such stations in Slovakia and Czechia. It's ongoing. We are building things, we are building facilities, we are moving forward. So refueling stations is one thing, but also we are going to have hubs. They are located where they are for a reason, because we want the costs to be as low as possible. Transportation plays a role in the cost structure. Trzebinia, there, hydrogen is generated, not a big installation, 40 kilograms per hour, natural gas is used there. We launched it to test this technology because glycol is used to generate it. Close to the end of the year, we will boost our production, different scale, 500 to 600 kilograms per hour. This is how much is going to be produced at this other facility. Brine electrolysis process will be used there. Then new hubs will appear. They are going to be based on renewables, so we are moving forward. This year, we will see the sources of generation that I've discussed here, but they will be used to satisfy the needs for the contracts that we've already won. Speaking of contracts, 2 million kilograms of the hydrogen is going to be delivered to Poznań. And this year, this contract will be launched. Well, a number of hydrogen buses will simply, they will be on the streets and they will carry passengers. What's our approach to hydrogen as a phenomenon? What do we do to make sure it's commercially available in the market? 3 bullets. We want to have this hybrid production system so that supplies are reliable and so that it is all diversified because it impacts the prices. The distribution systems, we will use a number of things there, including mobile stations that we are testing. By the way, it's happening here. And the refueling station infrastructure in between stations. By the way, we are working on a locomotive, buses too. Heavy industry will be involved too. An example, the first hydrogen station, fuel station in Poland, here in Kraków. It happened in June last year. 400 kilograms is the capacity of these vehicles. It's going to be enough for 12 or so buses. So far, no major teething problems. We are testing in mobile stations too. These are new technologies. Naturally, they need to be tested. We are testing trailers, different sizes. Basically, we keep going. This bus is already on the streets. I think there are more than you can see on the slide. So, technologically speaking, no problems there. Also, let me add something about a lab that we opened in Trzebinia. This is where we have an old refinery. 2 stories, a very modern lab, and ISO standard is met there, so automotive industry quality. The only such a high quality lab of this type in Europe, which is why it's good to talk about it. We want to basically be ahead of our competition, that is the so-called small hydrogen constitution. Hopefully it's going to enter into force, and then it's going to be needed, this lab. Thank you very much. Michał, thank you. You did well when it comes to time. And the last one in this part, Christian Horvat. He is here with us.
Powiedziałem tę nazwę Christian Timing as well.
Hello. I hope everyone hear me. Because for gender problems, I already heard. I try to be quick. And the middle. Okay, I have wait a minute. Okay. So, my name is Christian Horvath. I'm a project manager for the Research Burgenland. And I'm here to present a short overview about our project, H2 Green Tech. If I missed something or I don't summarize enough or you are more interested, we have a project homepage. This course is called H2 Green Tech at point.eu. But first of all, I want you to give you a short overview who we are and where we are. So the Research Burgenland is a 100% daughter from the University of Applied Science in Burgenland. We are located in Eisenstadt. This is our headquarter, and we have also a location in Pinkerfeld. You see, we are the far eastmost province of Austria, and our capital is Eisenstadt, and we are proud that we are the smallest capital in the world, I think, and where we have around 50,000 inhabitants. The province is very rural, so we have around 171 villages, mostly only 2,000 inhabitants. In the Research Burgenland, we are having 3 centers, research centers. The one is the building technology, the sustainable innovation, where I'm in, and then the energy transition. And in the sustainable innovation, I'm responsible for project application, project development, also project lead and the fulfillment of the projects in the topics of mostly circular economy now, electromobility, then renewable energy, and also scale up or internationalization of small and medium enterprises. So, about the project, H2 Green Tech, I have to say I'm not an expert from the technical background. I'm more from the University of Economics in Vienna, and I was not even involved in the project. So, but I still try to work me in this project to give you a small overview. So the main plan was to make in this project regional plans towards biogas production, strengthening of cross-border H2 technologies by creating synergies between companies, R&D centers, and universities and politics. The project duration was between March 2020 to August 2022. And the project leading was, in this case, the Kaminsky Institute of Slovenia, because it was a bilateral project between Austria and Slovenia. And the project budget was around 570,000. So the main goals was improved and effective support for hydrogen technology research infrastructure for cross-border R&D centers, businesses and students, the enhanced competencies of enterprises, R&D centers and higher education centers through the implementation of a joint cross-border R&D project on hydrogen technologies, facilitated cross-border cooperation between the research institutes and enterprises. And as I have seen in the project, this all ended up in a joint big strategy document and concept where we made for Austria a concept and then a roadmap how we will develop H2 in the future. And the main barriers we have in Austria because of hydrogen generation and production are mostly in the areas of law, politics, the capacities, and also the combined technologies and investment risk, because nobody can say in the future if hydrogen is really the future. Therefore, it's still a high possibility in the investment risk. The distribution, the warehousing, and the infrastructure, we don't have pricing mechanism, tax benefits for green hydrogen processes, and also the unclear regulatory environment. So, for example, the demand quote for industry or mobility, and the final elimination of the carbon advantage for grey hydrogen. And certainly also the weak interaction between universities and R&Ds. This is for me the main slide because I want to give an overview about the energy production in Burgenland. So I try to combine the Austrian and the Burgenland one. So in the H2 Austrian strategy, by 2030, we have 1 gigawatt of electrolysis capacity, which has to be installed. This means in Austria, up to now, we have a demand of 4.35 terawatt hour. And 2040, there is in different scenarios, depending on what will happen, we will have 67 to 75 terawatt hour. This was a combined calculation where we took in regard the chemical industry, the steel industry, the air traffic, and the shipping traffic. In Burgenland, we are completely new in the area. So from the production, we have a first project which will be possible end till 2025 with a production of 55 megawatt. But there will be a need of 300 megawatt in Burgenland, so there is a lot to do. And from the biogas bottom-up calculations, we have made with the microphone, from Forschung Burgenland. There we have different approaches from the liquid manner, from reeds. As you may know, we have the Neusiedler Sea in Burgenland, which is getting smaller and tries to be, maybe dries out, but there is a lot of reed there, which we can use as biomass potential and biogas. And this will be approximately come to 350 gigawatt hour. Our realistic estimate share of biogas will be 20% for Burgenland by 2030. And this corresponds to 250 to 300 gigawatt hour. And these calculations are based before the war. So as you may know, the market prices or the mechanism has changed since then. But actual, we have a share of 7% with around 108 gigawatt hour. So there is a lot to do. But our main problems is the typical ones, the political framework, the regulations. And we're also checking the possibility for H2 Valley. And for the effort is needed to produce green H2. Burgenland has a lot of wind power. Now we hit the 2014 the energy autonomy in the accounting or in the balance sheet wise from the import-export. But the consumption is growing and therefore we'll still need 150% of electricity. And so we have to produce more with the repowering of the wind turbines. This is also a big topic in our country. And the decentralized electrolyzers are needed to produce H2. And yeah, we have to speed up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. Bardzo dziękujemy. Christian.
Thank you very much, Christian. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's the last but not the least important part of the conference today. We're going to discuss 4 academics. We'll do it in 20 minutes. Imagine how difficult that is. Now, I have a great request. How to build cooperation between the academia and local and territorial authorities. There's a pairing scheme panel, one of the joint elements of the joint project of the Kraków Technology Park and the Office of the Marshal. May I ask Professor Magdalena Dudek? I've seen the professor, perhaps she's in the room next door. And so that we shouldn't wait, could I ask Dr. Tomasz Włodek, also AGH University of Science and Technology, and immediately could we have Tomasz Włodek's slides? Professor Dudek will come in a second. Hello. I don't know if I shouldn't drop really a little bitter pill into all those sweets we've been given. Well, we have some doubts. let me share them. Problems that are ahead of us. That's the portfolio. Let me present myself as far as hydrogen is concerned. I've got some hydrogen projects in my portfolio, and as a member of research teams, we primarily dealt with, as yet, of course, assessment of the capacity for storing energy in salt caverns as part of HESTOR project, as has been mentioned earlier, for the duration of the project. Well, it didn't work. The economy just didn't tally. The question's already been asked. The question, how is it going to go on? We don't know. They said it depends on the costs of CO2 emissions and many other factors connected to energy transformation. Well, perhaps the project will return. Minor jobs? Well, with our industrial partner, we deal with a technology for developing composite tanks for distributed energy systems with Professor Magdalena Dudek as a gas person. I also work with hydrogen in gas networks. That's a challenge, and distribution network operators face it. However, what about the natural gas? Is it possible to obtain hydrogen from natural gas? There are various options. Some say that blending hydrogen into natural gas is possible, safe, and really welcome. Others say no, impossible. 2%, 5%, 10%, then again 5%. Whichever way we go, however, sooner or later, this blending will take place, and operators are already making sure that this is possible. Once there is the technology for membrane separation and also storage of hydrogen in the extant gas systems. Is hydrogen in natural gas safe? It is. We've tested it at AGH in various teams, and as far as it is combustible, from 4 to 75%. For pure hydrogen, of course, this scope is narrowed for pure hydrogen, but that's nothing unknown to us. But perhaps now this bitter pill in this plate of sweets. A kilo of hydrogen, there's about 140 megajoules of energy. The question is, what is the volume of that 1 kilo? Because per cubic meter, it's 3 times less energy productive than methane. The heat that it produces at combustion is 3 times lower. So if in Poland we wanted to replace all natural gas with hydrogen, it would have been 5 million tons of hydrogen. The global production is 115, 120 million tons. So these numbers are big. These are questions that need answering. And we were also asked for options of cooperation with public administration, and perhaps things have changed in the recent days. You probably heard that we had that threat to the Polish energy grid because we had overproduction from renewable energy sources. And the system is still short of one element: efficient storage of energy so that we don't lose it. I believe that public administration will be able to go that way, to be able to store that energy, and I hope that legislation will also go this way, so that we can really store this energy, to make that energy more effective. Well, now we are especially focused in territorial authorities on municipal transport. CNG also started from buses. Electromobility is also coming more strongly into that. Well, Kraków here is at the spearhead. We've got plenty of electric buses, And it's going to be the same with hydrogen. In the beginning, we'll start from electromobility in buses, but as of today, it's still expensive. If we were to calculate a bus for 800,000 kilometers covered, it's 11 million zloty. An electric bus, 6 million. Only that we must remember that things have changed since then. Why? Because the costs of energy have changed. The Russian war on Ukraine caused plenty of changes in energy prices, so the distance may be reduced. Further possibilities and options is using it in waste management. Plastics have 14-15% of hydrogen in their composition, so you could really capture it in waste management. The most important, why the bitter pill? Will there be enough hydrogen in the market so that sales can feed the demand? I keep that question open for the coming years because the demand is going to be growing drastically, because this development is already planned. And we can see that there are more and more arguments in energy transformation that tell us to use hydrogen. Now, my last slide. That's what can be used by territorial authorities, a combination of activities that you can receive while combining hydrogen into your energy policy. You can take your energy sources into heat pumps, heating systems with your own electrolyzers, and also work for your companies and then charging stations for hydrogen and electricity. That's been the briefest of the brief, so as not to risk going into overtime. May I now pass the mic to the chair? And now it's Professor Magdalena Dudek, also AGH University of Science and Technology. Your mic's on.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. I'll share my experience and reflections on hydrogen. I run a team. Let me brag, involved in hydrogen-related research. Unfortunately, there was no necessary legislation, so it was hard for us to implement things. The solutions are there. We have developed them, and we got patents. To follow up on what the gentleman said, what to do with the surplus energy from renewables? Well, you can distribute it. You can use it as electricity, you can store it in electric storage systems, you can store it in hydrogen too. And a few interesting ideas here. When is it going to be economically viable? You can recuperate heat and use the principles of circulation economy. Electrolysis means water, so you need to look for ways of dealing with that. And hydrogen, are we going to mix it with natural gas? What about synthetic methane? It can be generated from waste CO2 and hydrogen. More experience? We've got this one-to-one installation that could be used to power a single household, a family home, or it could also be applied in a camper-like vehicle. What about hydrogen-powered drones? Well, that's the future, or rather it is something in the future. You could extend reach. With that technology, drones could have greater potential thanks to that. We've got some applications. A bicycle. It could be used by local and regional authorities. Or forklifts. Maybe that. Moving on. What else can be done? We can try to build light power systems for vehicles that would use hydrogen. What about monitoring? You need to have monitoring systems and automation systems for storage and application of hydrogen in stationary and transportation applications. And another question, hydrogen, does it always need to be gas? Or maybe we could use methanol, so in other words, chemical hydrogen carriers. So, hydrogen in public administration applications. We need to learn how to talk about hydrogen, to form common solutions, and we need to set goals and objectives at a local level. Hydrogen could be used to limit the level of these so-called low-level emissions at a local level. Now, you can use hydrogen economy and you can combine it with other ecological applications. Hydrogen is a very good friend of circular economy because you could marry it with using waste. You've heard about it more from previous speakers. Now, I am from Małopolska, from this region here, and you can map it, you can see where the potential is, but obviously you need to talk about it. An actual application, it's something that we've developed, and another one. Now let me stress it. We need to learn how to talk about hydrogen. We need to educate people to accomplish that. There is this FENEC academic scientific club at our university, and they showed that you can use hydrogen-based technologies and you can actually use them to move around. What about hydrogen-linked investments? What should local authorities bet on? We could map the technical and economic options and opportunities in our communes. You could marry a number of things. By the way, you can use it in district heating systems. It's no revolution, but it could be, hydrogen could be integrated. Look at various communes. You can see the potential. We can either invest in renewables or in hydrogen production. And also you can use this waste there. There is this potential there. What about food processing? You could build such a local station, such a local system, and somebody could use hydrogen there. Ecology, safety and security is important. It's quite special, this region. We can use hydrogen, or rather special service, or the various services could use hydrogen. You can always ask a question, how much is it going to cost? Hard to give a simple answer. You need to look at all comprehensively. You need to integrate a number of factors there. Hydrogen technologies allow you to marry a number of things and to combine a number of factors under the circular economy system. Another thing, scalable stations, fueling stations that is. You could use them here in our local transportation systems. I think it's highly advisable. I do not mean buses, by the way. I mean the kind of locations where clean transportation technologies are important, spas and others of this type. Thank you, Professor. Now, Katarzyna Stec from Instytut Łukasiewicza, the Łukasiewicz Institute. It's something that I've already covered in the previous presentation. Now, hydrogen as a fuel. A question, why is it difficult to roll out hydrogen as a fuel on large scale? Firstly, the legal landscape in Poland is not friendly because it doesn't support investments. Also, this legal landscape is not transparent. Now, when you want to invest, you have to rely on Western solutions. German solutions or American solutions. What else? The regulations that would help you to preferentially invest hydrogen projects. It's needed. As long as it's not there, hydrogen projects will not be economically viable. At this point, mind you, let me stress that I'm talking as of 2023. Where does it come from? It's linked to CO2 emissions payments. Apologies for what I'm going to say. If you make people pay more for CO2 solutions, hydrogen is going to be more economically viable. It is what it is. If you pay more for CO2, hydrogen is a better option. Item 2. Hydrogen investments are highly costly, and for a long time they do not give you return of investment. It's 30 years until you get a return of your investment, a long time for industry. It is unacceptable when you're investing your own money. It is unacceptable even from the point of view of using EU money. So how do you finance such hydrogen investments? When the word here is may, but effectively, when you use hydrogen systems, you always need to rebuild, redesign various systems, various industrial lines. And the thing is, we do not have enough hydrogen because industry needs a lot of it, and that is too little. It's something that is missing. Now, the legal landscape, as of now. What can be done? What could the government do? What could public administration, broadly speaking, do? Well, the legal regulations are not clear enough. So hydrogen application, how to do it, it's not clear. For an entrepreneur, things are unclear, but not only for them, because the public administration is not clear on various matters. And then various services will have to test and audit whether the installation is safe, right? And as a result, nobody's really sure how to do that, and there's a lot of uncertainty. Our business people, our entrepreneurs would like to invest. However, they need to be sure that things are safe and predictable, financially and legally. You have a number of various provisions in various departments, in various ministries, and you might fail to read a regulation, to notice a provision, right? Maybe you could simply put it all in one place and call it, I don't know, a hydrogen act or a hydrogen strategy. Then the predictability for business and public administration would be greater. People would know what to expect of one another. One more thing. You've got it all over the place in various ministries, and sometimes those provisions clash with one another. They are mutually exclusive. Because when a regulation is drafted and passed, no one can actually verify it whether those new regulations are going to conflict with the previous ones or not. And another one, from the point of view of the public administration. We don't have particular guidelines on construction law. Hydrogen installations, they need to be placed somewhere. I don't know, light structures, heavy structures and buildings, but there are no regulations that would actually cover that, because the public administration needs to issue a permit, right, when the hydrogen is supposed to be used. But the thing is, the public administration, they don't have the grounds, and we don't know how to go about things. So there is this huge gap in the Polish construction law there. So financing is one thing, and the law is another thing. These are the two factors that are effectively brakes stopping the development of this industry here. I mean the industrial installations, transport installations. It's a problem. Now, the industry. At this point, those installations are not economically viable. However, there is going to be a boom in the years 2030, 2040, in this decade. Why? It's linked to emissions costs. There will be hardly any CO2 emissions permits available. As a scientist, as a Polish person, I would be really, really sorry. I would hate to see us unprepared for that decade. We're talking about 2030, 2040. It's 7 years. It's not a long time for business. You know, you need one permit, it's going to take a year, and another permit, and then you need to develop, to build it, and then it would be actually hard to launch an installation in 2030 if you start it now. So this is the very last moment to actually prepare for it, to be ready on time. The Polish hydrogen strategy is this document. There you read the following. The so-called hydrogen valleys are supposed to power our growth and development there. Why? Three things overlap, because money, the financing and competencies and the law, they all overlap. And what you need are those three areas overlapping. Only then can you introduce hydrogen safely. It needs to happen. It needs to happen if we want our economy to be competitive vis-a-vis other European economies. That's it from me. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Paweł Jastrzębski, the last one. He represents the local University of Science and Technology and one of the local utilities. I'm the last one, so I need to hurry, do I? I was not sure which hat to wear. You were not sure whether this conference would make sense. Yes, it does. I met Professor Dudek, and now I know what she does. The thing is, it's a shame that we had to meet here at a conference and we could not meet at in the academic context. So, the demand for this technology, from my point of view, we heard 2030. I'm not sure if you have that much time. 2026 is the deadline that I see. So, energy and heat or heating industry, cogeneration systems with hydrogen-based microsystems, burning fuel and gas turbines, other technologies that could be applied in the heat industry. We need them all now. Let me explain. A few challenges ahead of us. First, this heating industry needs to be transformed based on the changing environmental and energy regulations and directives, Fit for 55, Renewables Directive, Building Energy Saving Directive, and basically we need to change our district heating system. I said 2026 rather than 2030, because this is when a certain definition is going to change. The change of a definition of the system which is energy efficient. Cogeneration will stay, but highly efficient, an adjective is added. If it is highly efficient, it needs to have low emissions. 3 sources of energy. We have the incinerator, 35 megawatts, it's one source. The other 2 sources, it gives us some more. They are the 2 plants, one in Węg, the other in Skawina. These are CCP. ETS payments, rather ETS certificates will be more costly. So, the heat price as of Monday is going to increase by 30%. It was supposed to drop by 10. However, the price of heat rose by a third. So, such ventures, well, are getting costly. Scale is a challenge. We're talking about a huge amount of energy, 11,000 recipients in Kraków. This system needs to be made greener. 2026, 2035, by 35, everything needs to be renewable. Secondly, new projects might be pursued by heating facilities in cities. We want to be a green region. Kraków wants to be a green capital of Europe. Well, they tried twice, maybe third time is going to be the charm. The thing is, we are forced to introduce solutions that are based on sustainable development, special districts. Basically, the system is changing quickly. Something that was not economically viable a few years back because it was expensive, now these technologies have become popular. Heat pumps, just look at that. Dr. Dudek mentioned heat pumps. They could be linked to fuel cells. This is another thing. Yes, thousands of heat pumps, we can install them, but where will you get energy for those heat pumps from? Another thing. Whenever you don't have the heating network, you're not going to have this network cover everything. A large part of the city is covered, many residents are covered. But what about the others, the other residents? We would like to win over new clients. The competition is breathing down our necks. What do I mean by that? Individual energy providers are breathing down our necks. Private investors, developers are asking, are we able to provide heat from sustainable sources? They don't want to be connected to those big systems. They want to build autonomous not dwellings, but neighborhoods. Also, clients have different expectations. You know, if we sit down, we could make some calculations. Let us look at buildings connected to the heating network. Do they meet the necessary conditions? Not. Most of our energy is generated using coal, so designers need to, get creative, recuperation and photovoltaics and all that. So here we have some space to play. What about cold generation? That's another thing, and people expect new things. They expect green energy. What do we expect, though? We need documents that will help us to take decisions quickly, and they need to be cheap, by the way, because time is running out. Cheap, because we need to get information quickly to reduce costs so that we can choose the right direction fast, soon. Cheap. Why did I say that? We have tried to reach out to the academia, but unfortunately it wasn't cheap. Why? We set up a consortium with AGH, my alma mater. Unfortunately, what did my colleagues say? There is this consortium, right? And the university gets money from the national Center of Research and Development, and they're trying to pump up costs. Now, the difficulty is they get a refund, but we need to match this amount, because this is what the regulations say. What if we go it alone and the university is but a subcontractor? Usually this university bid is cheaper by 50%, so we need to act swiftly. Pilot projects. Technology needs to be tested in situ. You've mentioned that. Some technologies were great in labs, not so on an industrial scale. What do we offer? We can use our heating network, district heating network, and we can test these installations. Thirdly, large-scale projects cooperation. We have a bit of a challenge at this point. We are in talks with this European Investment Bank under ELINA. The goal is to present projects that could be financed under the scheme. And the minimum is 30 million euros. That needs to be the price of the project. So the money is there, and you can get funding if you're smart enough. So we could be your partner. Maybe we could apply for this money jointly. What's the upside here? We are the second biggest district heating system in Poland, one of the biggest ones in Europe, so we could be a serious partner even for the financing institution. So we are in the left, but we want to go right, so that the Krakow district heating system is energy efficient. In other words, green. Thank you so very much. Dr. Paweł Jastrzębski from the University of Science and Technology, AGH University in Krakow.
Well, we made it, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it to the end. Congratulations to everyone who's been here with us from the start. Our green transformation from vision to action. I officially recognize this conference closed, even though this is not the end of our activity in the area of hydrogen, because on the 10th and 25th May we will go and visit businesses and research institutes that deal a lot with hydrogen, that have been present also with us here today. We will certainly be taking this information to you, and I wish you a very fruitful time. Goodbye. Thank you.